don't think I forgot anything. So start YouTube, and then I need to go to @OhBotherVOD. So YouTube / @OhBotherVOD, not DW4W, is it? No, it's what is that one again? Yeah, DQW4W, etc. That's Rickroll. Anyway, my thing, hit reload. There it is. Now I can open up my own stream, and I can pop out the chat. And now everybody is up in the chat window. Hi, how y'all doing? Let's put a start soon up too. Set up, start soon. How y'all doing today? Where's my start soon? Hey, that's not what that is. What's up, Pseudomaze? Pseudomaze. Oh wow. There's the idea light too. You guys are activating all of the interactive stuff. I promise to you that we will have more interactive stuff on the stream. Wait. Where is it? Is it behind something? No? Oh, it's been disabled. There it is. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the emote thrower, I think, needs a little bit of kinematic help. I'm not going to use compressed air on that one. I don't want to use compressed air. And I don't know, I mean, I could use a spring. A spring would probably be a better thing if we ratchet something back and it hits a catch. And then it can release with the spring. And get my glass of water 1 sec. Big glass of water. Big glass of mostly water. Yeah, the emote thrower would be cool. Some LED stuff. Some LED stuff for you guys to play with. And other annoying things. I don't know. I don't know if we should do something like a blast bother with air kind of thing. That's a bit much. That's a bit much to just have something that does. Oh, I need to actually, because that'll wreak hell on the sound. I also have the Furby that we could do something with as well. What's this thing doing on battery? Pretty good. Turning it back off. We don't need it today. Too loud for camera. Yeah, so we're gonna try to build this Erica Synths thing without bankrupting me, because everything is expensive these days. So what we're gonna do is put this thing together just using the tools and parts that I have in shop. I should fully be capable of building this thing because it's not using anything crazy. It came with the microcontroller already. Would have been nice. I mean, I've worked on Erica Synth stuff before where we've redone like entire bits of functionality by reprogramming an Arduino. It would be kind of nice if I could figure out like what an Arduino program would entail so that I could modify this down the road. I don't really need to modify it though. I think just working as it is, it's going to work perfectly fine for what I need, which is just a way to get a keyboard to be able to play the synthesizer. Oh, I need to put this foam with the levitation project. Sounds very true to life. I have the same blower thing. That was sent to me by an anonymous viewer. So if it was you, that's very kind of you. Whoever sent it, thank you, because it is actually a fairly useful thing. It is something that I could even recommend other people buy. Usually I, won't have a second thought to recommending stuff if I don't like it, right? Even if they give me money. But this was sent to me by somebody. It wasn't sponsored, and it seems to work. It seems to work pretty well. So I'm behind saying, yeah, it's a good tool. If you need to occasionally like dry off your keyboard or to blow stuff out of the way, it is not quite as powerful as like a can of air, but it is way more versatile and rechargeable, even though you are inviting a giant lithium-ion battery into your life. I don't know to what end that's like, but this is also capable of inflating like those inflatable mattresses. It's actually pretty useful for multiple things. I never thought about doing that with a can of air, POV, bother scrounging scrap boards for a specific SMD diode. I know. I don't think we're going to get down to that. This is a through hole, although in a pinch, I will put surface mount parts on a through hole thing. I have no scruples. I do not have ooples of scruples in that sense. I'm perfectly happy to put surface mount stuff onto one of these things, but this should be pretty straightforward. You know, we spent time buying all of these parts for synthesizer stuff to make my friend Julian not sigh every time my name is uttered in public. He's wanted me to build him a synthesizer for nigh on half a century. And I will eventually. I'm getting there. I'm getting to know synthesizers more and more. And the more I get to know synthesizers, the closer I get to building one. Because at some point, I'll think something is not done correctly and have to do it myself. And then I learn why people make their entire career building things. Because it's complicated and difficult and a lot of people don't want to do it. But I end up going through all that just to learn. Just to learn, I probably should have spent $200 on one. I'm going to be so mad that this drawer does not close. Come on. It didn't close all the way. Such is life, such is engineering. We need to relearn a lot of the lessons. But at some point, I'm going to do something that's healthy for this stream. At some point. This probably could have been something where I said, hey, Twitch, want to put me on the front page? I'm going to be building this MIDI module. You know, that's probably something I could have asked, because this is sort of simple enough and yet technical enough that it would make for a stream, right? I don't know if I'll be able to get this one done in one stream. We'll have to see. I could use these. These will definitely come in handy. All right, got to get all this stuff out of the way. All the stuff out of the way. I want a clean desk to start off. How's everybody doing? Apparently we got Silksong coming up in 2 days. Or was that 45 hours? I thought it was like 21st or something. Yeah, you have to write up a little thing to get on the front page, which I have not bothered to do. But I do see, because my recommendations, I guess, are catered towards me, I do see some of these electronics people on the front page. And apparently when you open up just twitch.tv, it opens up one of those front page streams for you and you count as a viewer. So the people that are just idly on Twitch's website apparently contribute to views for the people on the front page. So you can get on the front page and just have like okay, any example that I come up with that sounds super duper boring, just out of the comedy of it, would probably get a lot of viewers. I was going to say a grass growing stream would get something like 200 additional viewers, which I think actually there's probably a grass growing stream on Twitch and it probably has over 1,000. But anyway, but I should do the due diligence of actually requesting to get on that front page, because I think it would be a big boon to the stream. I deserve more viewers. I deserve it. I am owed. You owe me, chat. You owe me views. Where do I put you? You just go up here. Just kind of stacking stuff mildly out of the way. This is all detritus. Some of this stuff gets thrown away too, all the bridge stuff. When I signed up for this crap, I was told I'd get more views. No, everybody thinks my channel's gonna pop off. I don't necessarily agree with them, but because I've been doing this for what? It's getting to be like 8 years. And everybody thinks that Bother's content is about to pop off, because I see other people with similar content doing really well, and I've done really well. I'm super grateful for all of the viewers that I have. I didn't expect this to pop off at all. But you know, when we get Burn the Subs back up, I'll obviously try to get on that front page, cater the whole thing about Burn the Subs coming back to getting on the front page. Viewer debt. I've seen clips of streamers being like that. I've seen them. People are crazy. They're tripping, that's what they are. Oh my god, I keep finding stuff. All this stuff has been kind of pushed back on this desk. all the iterations of the keyboard screen, which fits pretty well today. I need to print it in the frosted plastic, the stuff I mixed black and clear in order to make the slightly darker. It's sort of more of a brown though. It doesn't really, actually sort of a gray. Those three things that I just threw hit the side of the garbage can and scattered in every direction but into the garbage can. Great. I bought some screw banana plugs to mate with this thing, so I actually have a barrel plug on the variable power supply. Those things were expensive. They were for like audio. I didn't buy ones that were meant for the like lab. Actually, come to think of it, I think I have a little package with two of them in there. And it's over there. Well, I won't find it today. Stream is well put together and it has a good flow. Thank you. I started out reading books on plot and plot summary and that kind of stuff. So trying to like bolster my skills in making something kind of flow and pop off and have drama and yet have resolution at the end. And it's hard to do with stuff like this, for sure. You know, I fail at that most days. I recently ordered some thermocouples from All the Express. No, Bone Apple Teeth. And they came with banana plugs for the multimeter. Yeah, and I think this one probably has them too. This might have banana plugs in it as well. This is that $30 oscilloscope that we're gonna make into a module eventually. That has some, and then I think one of the meters that I bought has some too. They're very cheap, but yeah, Bone Apple Teeth, All the Express. I went on All the Express the other day. Got me straight to town, no stops. All right, these, let's get the bin full of wires. Bin filled with wire over here. Yeah. And get some wires in the bin full of wires, because the bin full of wires wants to be a bin full of wires, and so putting wires in the bin helps the bin full of wires be a wire bin full of wires. We need to go into the Hajuo code at some point for the one module that I can build a couple of, but it won't do anything for now. I'm probably, I don't know, I probably want to separate out like the digital and the analog, but we did this RP2040 module and the code currently restricts the octaves that it's able to output. And so I need to modify that to be like a huge spread of octaves for the 1 volt per note, or 1 volt per octave system. I don't know, something in the code and the math in the code restriction. I hate the way that this thing operates though. It loads up this huge table of values and like recalculates an entire table of values every time the main code cycles, while in the background, those tables are used to create the waveforms. But every time the main code cycles, it creates this whole new table. It's gotta be hell on the memory of the micro. I don't know if there's any way around it though. Let's see, this goes up here. It's test bed. This, I guess, can also go up there. It's getting a little populated upstairs. I love the temp leads. There's something I just learned about. No idea that was a part of the multimeter. What do you mean the temp leads? Just the, what, doing like the breadboard kind of thing? Clean up your toys. Well, I mean, this would be the inside of the toy bin. my inside of the toy bin is on the outside. I could possibly turn this into a module too. This could be just a headphone output module. This is that headphone amplifier. I bought a breakout board for it. I could make like a front face there. Put like a 100 kilo ohm resistor on the input. Maybe that would be a good use for this. Bring it into my main thing instead of the, we still need to finish building the mixer too. That's a large amount of computer work that I need to do. I'll spool that up eventually. We need to make progress on Burn the Subs. That's the main thing. It's funny because temperature is a function only on $500 and $500 multimeters. Really? Oh yeah. No more dust. The Fluke multimeter that I have, the super survivable one, has temperature on it. It's one of the main functions. I keep those in here, the 2 probes. But yeah, having that little thermocouple is nice. Gotta get something more portable than the 10. If you're gonna be using the multimeter in places where multimeters should not go, I cannot endorse Fluke enough. They are expensive, but they're also indestructible. But again, they're expensive. So the cheapo multimeters that exist nowadays are worth blowing up in pursuit of whatever you're trying to fix. So it's hard. I don't know. I don't know what I should suggest anymore. There was a who was I watching? Oh yeah, Superfast Matt. I was watching some of the Superfast Matt's YouTube videos. Very, very good videos. And one of the things that he said was like exactly in line with what I'm constantly saying on this stream, which is I started doing this so long ago that I don't know what to suggest. I don't know what starting out the best stuff to do or look into are. That was his advice on learning CAD. He said, you guys wanted me to do like a learn CAD stream, and he uses Fusion 360 as well, or some other AutoCAD thing. And it was like, how do you start off using these tools? And I don't know. When I started doing AutoCAD, it was a command line interface. So I was trying to poke the dryer with that. Died, pain in the ass, big old Smexy Tenma. What are we talking about? Oh, no, I really want the electrician's clampy multimeter. Oh, one of those like current measuring ones. Wexa sent in a probe for that current clamp. It's really kind of neat. Learning CAD right now because I just got a 3D printer. I'm learning FreeCAD because I got a good tutorial in French, which is your native language. That is helpful. That is very helpful. FreeCAD is nice, just to not be bound by the chains of the modern CAD industry. My uncle was here and he was telling me about how they use Rhino. I'm like, really? Like, I've never heard of many people like my one friend who does mechanical engineering and my uncle are the ones that use Rhino. But I don't know, they're more professional than I am. So Fusion 360 came about from learning about it in college. I learned about it in college and I kind of learned their method of extrude, draw the outline and then extrude kind of thing. So, bump, bump, bump. This bench also needs to be cleaned up. Oh, I'll get to that eventually. I had to kind of take a break from doing technical things for a little while because I got parents to take care of. Yeah, learn to use FreeCAD because you don't have a license for AutoCAD. The thing is, like, there's a free version of AutoCAD if you can bother to learn it. And it's pretty decent at what it's capable of. You just have to maybe save away your local files or something because they have limited cloud stuff on the free version. And I need to what I need to do is probably on a separate machine, I'll need to install the free version of Fusion and use it a little bit and figure out whether or not I can suggest people use it, because it's been a while since my version was sort of covered by either AutoCAD or having an educational license. Yeah, for hobbies and students, it's free, but they lock you off from a number of features. And I don't know if that's too great of a number or if it's a survivable number. I think ShortLurker uses it pretty well in the free version. I need to get better at the free body modeling, if that's what you call it, where you take like the motion of something and put it into CAD. Because I've been watching some videos from Superfast Matt, and oh boy, am I envious. My envy has envy for that man's capabilities, because he's able to go out to the garage, 3D scan something, pull that into AutoCAD, and then kinematically model the bodies so that they move appropriately to what he's looking for. And then through that, informed decisions on parts to be made in the future. That is like the holy grail of the types of crazy car shit that I get up to. You know, fixing a car with a paperclip is something that I used to do. And I would love to get again, you guys have heard me pining over this, and the more I talk about it, the less it's going to be a thing. It's not like talking about it's going to make it come to fruition. There's just no situation in my current setup in life that I can do this. But I would want to get another 944 and put an electric motor in it. That was something that I just, it's been a dream. And I used to have a 944, and I was putting a Chevy 360, the Chevy 350, not 350, a Chevy LS1. There we go. Eventually the cobwebs kind of part, and I'm able to remember what thinking is like. I was putting an LS1 into a 944, and it was mostly mechanically successful, except for some of the weird spacings that I did. It looked like it would have been pretty viable. I got in too deep. And I got sunk by the project gods. I had to sell it. It sat for a couple of years when I should have been doing the wiring. What I should have done is bought a turnkey wiring harness for the LS1. That would have been the solution. Get the car running. With project cars, and as I've learned over the years, one of the most important things about project cars is to get it running. Get it running. That's the number one. Get that motor running. Just get it running. Doesn't matter. No. Anything you bring up right now does not matter. None of it matters. Get the motor running. Because as soon as that motor's running, it'll rekindle your love of what you're doing. And it'll help inform you in the future endeavors. So you see these professionals doing this stuff where they have the incentive of, well, I have to make YouTube videos in order to keep working on this project. We don't have that. You can just sit. You can just sit and not work on your project. Have you ever tried that? No, I haven't. Devil on my shoulder. Get off my shoulder. Because you can just idle by and make excuses to no end with a project. And if you don't have like an external thing pushing you to finish this thing, it can sit and languish. So one of the best things to do in a project car is you get that motor to run. You work on that motor, you get the motor to run. And when the motor's running, you can sit there and make motor running noises with the steering wheel all day behind the wheel of the non-functioning car. But when you get that motor running, it's like, ooh, wait a minute, I could take this on the road. Do you use tungsten carbide paper clips for car repair? No, there was on a particular Audi, there was like a switch up towards the top of the motor for some reason, and it broke, and so we actually used a paper clip to fix it. We were doing the cheap car rally, and we had a team that was going very slowly down the road. I think they were in some type of Honda, like boring 90s Honda, driving along these like Tennessee gravel roads, going very slowly in these mountain passes and stuff. It was actually West Virginia, I believe. Very slow around these mountain passes, and we stopped and we're like, guys, why are you going so slow? Like, we kind of want to catch up with everybody. And they were like, dude, we can't go any faster in this car. What? Why? What? Wait, why? It's like just a Honda. So we open up the hood, and their entire airbox, keep in mind, we are on dusty gravel roads. Their entire airbox is gone. There's no airbox. And the intake on that particular car was sitting right above the transmission. So all of this heat was just coming up and into their intake. And so the motor computer went, no, and just stopped, like slowed everything down. So what we did is finish your water bottle. What? Okay, yeah, finish the water bottle. Everybody drank a big portion of water. It was a hot day. Everybody needs to hydrate. And then we got out the silver tape and we started cutting water bottles with pocket knives until we had made a cold air intake for this car that instead of going into the transmission, it went to a hole in the wheel well where the original intake probably went. Hole in the wheel well. There was just like on the sidewall of the wheel well, there was just a square hole. So we just basically took one tube and just went straight over to it and taped it up. There wasn't an air filter. I guess they didn't get a rock. I don't know how they didn't get a rock in there because, you know, the wheels kicking stuff up in the wheel well. It worked though. They were able to actually finish somewhere around a 1,500 mile drive with their cold wheel intake. I don't know how water didn't get into the motor or anything like that, but man, that was incredible that it worked. But that was on the roadside. We all came up with this and had the tape and all that. So that's the kind of car guy that I am and used to be. Talking about projects, just talking about crazy stuff with cars. We put a Chevy 350 in a Jaguar, which it was already in there. It just, the one was broken. We had to swap it out for another one in a weekend. And I guess people used to do that. They used to rent cars and swap the motor into their car and go to the drag races and then come back and swap the rental out of their car and return the rental. What? People used to do that. More modern engines, I find that unfathomable, and it is for the most part. Yeah, like nothing ever happened. It's incredible. Life is cyclic in hindsight. 2020, you know what to do next time around. Keep the Porsche. Yeah, there's no way I could have kept the Porsche and had the trajectory in my life that I've had currently. You know, it's very expensive to have a storage unit, and yeah, just apartments and stuff. I just wouldn't have been able to do it. It sucks. I should have dug a big hole and then put the Porsche in the hole and sort of sealed around the entrance and then come back to it in 20 years. Think you can mess with electric cars? Absolutely. I don't know how much aftermarket stuff I would need to do. I don't know how DIY that could get, but I mean, I know motors intimately as an electrical engineer. I studied them. So I know my three-phase motors. I don't think I'd go down to that level though. I think you can use CAN bus to communicate with these things. So yeah, Nissan Leaf engine into a truck. You can also, I mean, they're very expensive, but you can get the motors and stuff secondhand, or you can just buy the electric car and get it out of that. Because there was a market, and I don't know if this is still the case, where one of the rental car companies decided to drop their electric fleet, and so the prices for like a really souped up electric car were super cheap. I don't think that's the case anymore, but it financially it almost is the same cost to buy the secondhand stuff or buy the stuff from the buy the actual used car and then just strip it yourself, and you could possibly make a little money selling off the parts. That would be something that I would absolutely do with Stream, with the incentive of Stream going. And I could I could absolutely handle that kind of stuff. Yeah, like hacking CAN bus and stuff like that is something that I've done for the FBI. I can say that. I've done that, well, for my contracting firm in order to make a bid that apparently was successful. That was after I left. But we worked a little bit on car hacking and forensics. And so that's that kind of stuff. I had a Chevy dashboard that I got all the little needles working on again. And I was telling them we shouldn't be working on just these individual parts and putting them together as if they were a pseudo car. We should probably be buying a car and working on that. But they didn't want to take that risk. So we had to buy individual like car parts and string them together to show a manager like, hey, look, we can do stuff like this. And they're like, is there forensic data in there? It's like, no, no, there's not what? It just listens to CAN bus. Like we need like a GPS and a cell phone. Yeah, make sure the vehicle's crashed on the side. If somebody gets into a Tesla accident and be like, ooh, that looks like a horrible accident. Is the motor intact? Hey, can I buy that from you? Sure, I'll call an ambulance. But yeah, it's cars having internet connectivity and telemetry. Even like 5 to 10 years ago, you would hook your phone up to the car, and then the big debate amongst car companies is, where is your infotainment? They seem to love that word. Where's your information and entertainment coming from? And companies like BMW want you to have the BMW experience, whereas companies like Honda or I don't know, other Bush League companies, they're not Bush League, they're actually very good companies, but they want to offload that to somebody else. Say, hey, well, why don't you just have like Android car stuff? And depending on what you use, if it's the BMW experience or if it's, just Android car, what's being left behind in the car when you leave with your phone? Is it the previous waypoints of the GPS? Well, the GPS has to know where it just was. It's got something like, 7 previous locations or something? It's got a little bit of memory in it, so that when it starts back up, it can say, how much time has passed? Okay, so the constellation has moved this much, so now I should get these GPS satellites. That's how you get that fast acquisition. Or what's the Wi-Fi password? Or what contacts has the phone called? How much of that is left behind in your car? So keep in mind, there absolutely is a unit at the FBI that knows how to do this now. And I was almost on it. I was almost on it. The GPS knows where it isn't, and so therefore it knows where it is. You know, that whole missile thing, the missile knows where it isn't and therefore it knows where it is kind of like scraping the top of the barrel in terms of learning what a control system is, in terms of mathematics and science and the technology of control systems, which is a fairly recent field. It kind of almost gets to explaining that. I know it's a doctored paragraph of something that's actually trying to explain something, but control systems is an interesting topic. I was watching Martin Pants, whatever that YouTuber is, really punchy videos, Australian dude, and studied a little bit of physics. He got real close to perfectly explaining PIDs to gamers. Explaining what a PID is. That's too powerful. Gamers should not know what a proportional, integral, and derivative system does, because then they play games like Search and Rescue. It's what Roboz is playing right now, and they know how to stabilize something. It's bad. Basically, in a PID system, you have proportional control, which says, I am this far off. Control systems is all about errors. And it's not me making errors. It's the error of, I know where I should be, and I know how far I am from where I should be. That's the error. And the error feeds into a PID, if you're using a PID. It feeds into a PID to say, proportionally, what do I need to do to get back here? I need to go full ham to get back to this location. But then I overshoot, and now I need to go back to the back location. And so that's sort of like the system that's going on with proportionality. You know, if you're on your mark, you're not adding anything to the system because you're on your mark. The I and the D are brakes that you put onto the system. And so they look basically to the different orders, like second order differentials. They look at the differentials in order to figure out what that error offset can be modified to. It puts brakes on it, right? So it's tuning a PID is complicated. You can look up guides. That's the best way to do it. But knowing what a PID system does mathematically, maybe not required. It's complicated and it's very interesting, but it's basically proportionally, I need to get back to that point. And then the integral and derivative look at the properties of it. What's the change in the change of kind of thing in order to approach your set point in a particular manner. And then the tuning of the PID is, how do I approach that set point? Do I go balls to the wall, overshoot, and come back and back and forth and back and forth, and now I'm oscillating? Or do I oscillate with some dampening on it so that eventually I hit that point, but I've gotten there quickly? Or do I approach it and then slow way the hell down and approach it very, very carefully? That's PID systems. That's what it allows you to kind of tune. They must not look into the dark side of PID control. It's when you have a PID feeding a PID, you have that double feedback loop that things start to get crazy. But that's actually what Disney engineers figured out way back in the day, the double whatever it is feedback loop, in order to do human-like movements for their robots. That's how they were able to make them look so lifelike, is with science and math. That's why the Disney Hub YouTube channel is one of my favorites, because they don't allow comments and they come up with all this dystopian fucking technology there in terms of like 3D rendering and modeling. They're like, look, we made skin stretch. AI textures. But yeah, that's why it should absolutely be censored for gamers. They'll become too powerful. We can't have that. We can't have that happen. This is going to take us a little while, isn't it? This is going to be a little bit more complicated than I think I give it credit for. So we should probably get going on this thing. Boom, boom, boom. So you got this thing running. Yeah, it's doing well. I think this will fit into the miniature vise. I hope it does. Otherwise, it's going to be a pain in the butt. I guess I have some other... Well, we're doing through hole, so I got to make sure. Yeah, I mean, I'll recap, but this is an Erica Synths MIDI device. This basically takes MIDI input and turns it into control voltages for the modular synthesizer, so that I can have a keyboard actually playing this thing. I need to actually, on my own, I need to come up with a good explanation of what a PID system is and does. Because, you know, I didn't review my notes before talking about that, and there were a couple places where I was kind of like stumbling on what I wanted to describe. Because the way that I've read on it and the way that I've learned it is the I and the D are putting the brakes on the P. P is proportional, integral, and derivative, you know, derivative of, for instance, the speed that you're running, the derivative is position, and the derivative beyond that is something else. Or no, is that where you get into pop, jerk, and snap? I forget. Which part of BTS does that go on? Shut the fuck up. You cleaned your table so nicely. I literally just put everything elsewhere. I didn't really like affect any, there's like a pile here that I need to go over and throw stuff out in, and I just don't have the heart to do it right now. Should we put all of the sockets, all of the chips and sockets, maybe just the microcontroller? They were merciful and provided me with a microcontroller. That's one of the few mercies that we get today. The MIDI plug is going to be something that I might have to order. If I don't have it, then if I have it, I'll be pleased as punch. Jacose subbing with a prime for 62. That is 62 months. Jacose, thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. I really appreciate that very much. Ooh, we got our project ahead of us today, and I might just start soon. The wire holder thing. Same rolls of multicolor wires. Wire holder. You mean like just the bin of wires? Yeah, these are sewing boxes. These are apparently for sewing supplies, but they help quite a bit. Lots of Laplace, and yeah, the Laplace eigenvalues. Linear algebra is a beast until it's not. Linear algebra is kind of interesting because the stuff that we kind of developed for that math system, from what I hear, is linear algebra, wasn't it like in the 60s we came up with it? Or maybe we had linear algebra before that. It's the control system stuff that came about like in the 60s. But the cool thing about that sort of matrix informed like physics calculations and stuff like that is it actually simplifies things greatly. You can get a system of multiple equations into matrices, and then you can move them around every which way to give you an advantage in solving the problem. It's weird. And then what we did in my course, Cheesy Popcorn, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, Cheesy Popcorn. That made this thing go red because I have all of these alerts. With those systems of equations, we were able to take something like a moonlander and reduce it down into 2 lines of code. And so there was one variable that made it sort of aware of history, and then the rest of it was all the physics and Laplace and blah, blah, blah eigenvalues punched and plugged in and cranked into 2 lines of microcontroller code. Really weird stuff. It's cool stuff, though. I had most of my labs for that subject done by a friend, and I had to relearn what the hell I was supposed to have learned in that class over the years. A golden Kappa train? Oh my god. Well, nobody's going to take advantage of that because I get like 4 subscriptions a stream. I don't think anybody's going to get the golden Kappa. Do I get the golden Kappa? I don't think I've got a golden Kappa. Wasn't that something that started up recently? There used to be like a small percentage that someone would get like oh, I have a Bruce Green sub? When did that happen? Thank you for whoever did that. Oh, that's right. Somebody paid it like multiple months in advance because Bruce gets all of the fanfare. Celebrate K-pop. Do I have? Oh, I got a bunch of those. Silver? I remember there being something like a golden Kappa that would be unlocked in the original Twitch, and then they did something, or somebody found out about it when they leaked the source code of Twitch. I think we just have regular Kappas until this thing is over. Didn't Einstein partially come up with it because he needed it for his general relativity? I think it existed before, but he didn't know, and he rediscovered the math. I might not remember correctly. Yeah, I don't. None of us will remember anything correctly. I don't think we'll give credit for anything that we say on this stream as being real or true. Everything you see here is simulated. I'm purely AI, and I'm speaking everything wrong in order to make a coherent English language sentence. which is what they're finding out about AI. Hey, guess what? When you put somebody behind AI who doesn't know the fundamental principles of what the AI is tasked to do, they don't find all of the errors that the AI makes, and it turns out it makes a lot of them. And in code especially, they're finding out that it takes an expert to go back into the code and fix it, and then that takes just as much time of just coding. Toot toot. Redeemed fart. Testimony is the least reliable form of proof indeed. Oh, form of proof, I see. It's literally a riffing. It's just trying to say things that will please you, and that's sort of fundamentally what it is, right? It's trying to use language in order to make something that it deems to be coherent. And again, there are other AIs out there. There are AIs that are specifically created for the purpose of routing traces on a circuit board. And that is largely successful because that's such a sort of a 1 and a 0 kind of task for an AI to go through and have its own evaluation of what positive, winning scenarios are. And so that's existed for quite some time. In the circuit board design realm, AI has existed for probably 10 years now. Where you can tell it, I need this to go here, this to go here, this to go here, this to go here, and I need you to keep these traces at a minimum, or I need you to keep them equal length. And it'll go, oh, okay, here's 75 ways to do it, right? That's existed for some time. But now we have taken a language learning model and said, hey, can you be my girlfriend? And it's like, whatever pleases you. And it's bad. It is unraveling some things that shouldn't be unraveled because it was not meant for that purpose. But there are other models. There are models that do other tasks. It's just for some reason, the language learning model is the one that we've said, hey, can you be my grandpa? And it's like, sure. No, don't do that. Scary times. I've noticed that on the floor there's dog hair just about everywhere. I need to bring the vacuum down here, and it'll probably clog almost immediately. People are weird. Yeah, they are. They're very, very weird. And some of them are lonely, and that's very unfortunate. But using computer in that way, again, what was it made to do, and what are you making it do? But there's a lot of in corporate scenarios where sort of the upper brass doesn't know exactly what they're asking for, and then they throw it into AI, and then the people who know what they're talking about are then tasked with making the corrections, and it's not working. The bubble is starting to wibble a little bit. I don't know if it'll pop. There's certainly a facet of AI that's like the genie's out of the bottle. We're not going back to not having it, but at the same time, it would be nice if we were a little bit more careful about evaluating the uses. Haven't seen where it's consistent. Yeah, and with coding, I mean, it does a really good job depending on what you make it do. So, the internet was made by DARPA to send emails. Yeah, that was the original task of it. Well, there was a nice little halcyon period where we were able to just have unfettered information for a while, and then every single molecule of it was monetized, which is very unfortunate, but it's just the way things went. Very weird. It's very weird to be privy to these things happening. And then now people are working on something to replace the internet, something that's a little bit more peer-to-peer, not in sort of a Tor way, in sort of a wireless communications sense, making something that's the new and unfettered space. I don't know how that's going to happen, but you can always hope they put regulations on the power usage. The power usage is insane. I don't know why. Well, whatever. It's yeah. Yeah, hopefully we get more specific about the uses of things like that, and it works out. We have a guide for this synthesizer. We do have a guide for this. I'm not really going to follow the guide. I'm more going to look at bill of materials and stuff, and we'll just sort of build it up. It's not all that complicated. I mean, we know what parts go where. I just don't want to do a step-by-step. Now our search engine data is feeding large language models. What do you mean now? What do you mean now? It's been for a while. I get to learn how a human looks for information for free. I mean, the Google, back when I graduated a million years ago, was looking for electrical and at least insofar as they were looking for electrical engineers, they were looking for people that knew matrix algebra in order to help optimize their searches and stuff. So they've been doing this for a while. All that stuff just got plugged into, well, it was already an AI. So yeah. Yeah, it's kind of incredible. Some of these data centers are a blight because they use so much energy that they are affecting, you know, the cheapo towns that they're apparently some of these for some reason. And I think maybe it's just that like corporate and monetary interests just like default to the most evil thing that they can think of. Like if they didn't have, you know, just like the tree killing machine from the Indiana Jones movie. Like if they had that, they would be using it just because. Like, I don't understand. What they've done is at one of these data centers, they have diesel motors, they have diesel generators running in order to create enough energy to run all of their graphics cards that apparently tell you that you should put lemons in soup. Well, actually, that's not so bad. Put motor oil in soup. Because there was a guy who asked for a sugar substitute or something along that line and put it into their cooking and got sick because the AI told them to put some ridiculous ingredient into their recipe. So diesel generators, graphics cards, tech bros, put salt in your eye. This is what all this technology is going towards. Add white glue to pizza so the cheese sticks better. That was, I remember that now. That was like GPT-3 or something, right? It was one of the slightly earlier ones, but man alive. All right, we should get started before this mix goes too far. Yeah, it was about an hour. I don't like to talk for more than an hour. Was that Gemini that said that? I don't know. I'm not citing, listen, none of the stuff that I talk about ahead of stream has citations on it. So don't take, everything I say is word of mouth and it's largely untrue. So let's get started soon out of here. What's going on, Bother? Hi, I'm back. We finished the Levitator, I've got some ideas for that Levitator that I think would be really funny, is if we could get it to move like it was a tourbillon and have the two things spin in sort of a very largely mechanical way. That's a lot of 3D design for me to get through, and I don't know when we're going to find time for it. That may be like in a couple years we'll work on that one, because the Levitator needs to go back on a shelf. We've got too many fires burning right now to do it, but that would be really cool if I had a BRB screen that had this like sonic array that was floating little pieces of styrofoam and slowly moving around itself. We saw that when I picked the thing up and moved it around, those beads stayed sort of in orientation with each other. So I think that would be really cool if I had a cluster of styrofoam that would be moving around as stuff like went through all kinds of mechanical means of flipping about. That's a really cool thing to do. Gonad has been on my ass to get the tourbillon mechanism working, and I think it would be cool to make a smooth, not a clockwork, a smooth tourbillon mechanism that would move that sonic thing around. So we'll get to that eventually. I'm going to put that one on the back burner because we have a lot of other stuff to work on. What's up, Neonocat? A lot of other stuff to work on. This is a thing that I think would make me use the modular synthesizer more, make me tune the things and get everything working again, as if I had someone else's product, so I don't have to spend like years in coding hell. Coding stuff for MIDI and microcontrollers is not that hard. I've done it before. I did it on the big LED display, but I did that on a Fire Cannon project. I don't want to get caught up in that right now. What I'd like to do is buy somebody else's product that gets MIDI into the synthesizer and turns it into control voltages. And lucky for me, Erica Synths has suppliers on eBay. I went on eBay and I looked it up and I just said MIDI, MIDI to CV, and this thing came up. This is the MIDI to CV 2 from Erica Synths. And what this thing will allow me to do is to plug a MIDI cable into my synthesizer and have control voltages, hopefully fairly accurate control voltages. Again, we'll put that up to my super nice equipment, my lab level equipment, and I will be able to create either the 1 volt per note, the 1 volt per octave signal, or I'll be able to do attack and decay and all that stuff, or whatever the parameters of MIDI coming in from the keyboard. I think that'll be fairly useful. So we're gonna put this thing together, and here's the catch. I spent $23 on this stupid thing. Copyright 2017. I spent it was like 30 bucks. I spent like 30 bucks on the DIY MIDI CV, but I only bought the DIY MIDI CV. Because they wanted like $100 for all this stuff. So I was like, fuck that. And like, is Erica a famous synth person? They're a company and they still exist and they sell good stuff. I've worked on their stuff before. Have I emailed them? I don't remember if they're the one with the reverb. They have like I think they have like a 2 HP reverb module, and the microcontroller was an AT-Tiny 13, I think. It was it's a Latvian. Okay. See, I don't know nothing about none of these people. I just buy their stuff. But the Erica synth thing that we were looking at was Julian's module, and we had a great time with it because it was doing stuff so simply. I was able to fully reverse engineer their code and create it in Arduino and had it work perfectly. They're famous now because I'm streaming it. I am not a 4 million a video YouTuber. I may stream on Twitch, and some people, occasionally people that are well above my pay grade, sometimes know my name, like Lunatic Live rating the stream, Louis from Djibouti show. But and I think they still remember me in the Djibouti show, maybe not, but like strange parts coming out of the woodwork and saying, "Oh, bother, I know your streams," and I'm like, "What?" I'm not a 5 million a video YouTuber. I am not playing Voices of the Void and suddenly everybody knows what Voices of the Void is. In terms of synthesizer stuff, I am the least famous person that could possibly ever mess with stuff. So you've attracted some synth heads with your titles. I have seen nothing but regulars in chat so far. Sometimes you do get synth heads and they know the full biography of every company that's ever produced a synthesizer. I have been privy to that happening to me before. Apparently, when we were modifying one Scandinavian, Swedish, they might be Swedish, but I might be. If you misidentify a Finnish or Danish or Swedish or Norwegian, they hate it. So you got to be careful. I'll just say some of the Scandinavian-y kind of country synthesizer, we were modifying it and putting new op amps in it of Julian's equipment, and apparently we got some people from the company watching, which is crazy. That's just nuts. But that's the only time that's ever really happened. So, yeah, minute by minute recaps of everything that goes on in the synthesizer realm. So anyway, look, I've got a pile of modules that I don't think, well, that I'm not sure whether or not they work. And so instead of putting a sequencer at them, like that micro ornamentations and crime sequencer, instead of using that, I want to use something that I can hit some piano buttons on and get the right CDs out of. Because that way I can hook up a VCO and go, bop, 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 and go, okay, I know that's making noise, and then move on to the next thing. Well, put it through a filter. Like, then I know what's going on when I hit all the buttons on the keyboard, right? I feel like that's more comfortable, and secretly, I need to brush up on my piano and sheet music skills, because I sang for most of my high school career. I was in an elite singing group at my high school for a little bit. That was embarrassing. That was around the time my voice was cracking too. But I'm familiar with reading sheet music, and I took piano lessons. I need to I want to kind of bolster those a little bit. Toril, Finland mentioned. I see you're mentioning Finland. Sisul. Okay, so I want to build this thing. But again, being that I am who I am, I'm not good at piano, but I'm really good at building circuits. So I need to kind of lean into that a little bit. And so what we're doing is we're going to build this module, Latvian apparently module, out of the blue. I'm just going to look up like a parts list, so I know I'm putting the right resistors in place, and just building it from there. That means using stuff that I already have in this shop, which is, listen, we've been building synthesizers for a while. I have a lot of these parts, so I think we're going to be okay on that, and I've got the microcontroller already programmed. Thank you for being you. It's nice to pop in and hear you yap. Oh, thank you. It's Depresso Espresso out there. Listen, I know it's abhorrent to completely ban politics on your stream, but I need a break from it as well. From a tin pot dictator with a gold palace, spray painted gold palace. I need a breather. So that's what we're doing in here. We're talking about cheery stuff. Believe me, there's a deep seated. I could go on, but I won't. All right. Yeah. Anyway, back over here. So I have parts. I have some parts. So we're gonna try to take advantage of the parts that I have and see if we can build this thing up. So first things first, we got to look this thing up on the internet. It's not a good idea to Google yourself. Erica Synths MIDI CV II. DIY MIDI CVE. So this is what I bought. They're out of stock here, but you can still find them on eBay. There's one in America. There's one, actually two sellers in America that sell these, the kits. And so I just bought the kit. And so I didn't even get this. I didn't get this. I didn't get this. I got just the microcontroller. Pretty neat. So we've got 0 to 8 volt CV, blah, 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 all kinds of other specs. Great, perfect, amazing. Effective January, not provide technical support for DIY projects. Oh, assembly guide. We're not going to use that. I don't want to use that. It's better to Google image search yourself. I don't think I want to do this. That's to be expected. Hey, it's not my big dumb face or a picture of my crotch. That's nice. Okay, close this down. It might have interpreted the underscore as something else, but guides are for noobs. Yeah, exactly. So we can do it by schematics. We can do it by build of material, component placement, maybe, I don't know. Doing it by schematic would be torture. I guess component placement is the easiest thing for us to do, but is it going to give us like resistor values? No, it just gives us C's and R's. Okay. Now the thing to do with a project like this is you start as low to the board. Oh wait, Control-Shift-T. You start as low to the board as possible. You're supposed to work your way up from the bottom. I guess we'll just pull up this bill of materials so we'll know what goes where. That'll work. Build your way up from the bottom. So the stuff that is as low, yeah, my emote came up. Well, also the banner for this page came up. So that's just what Google's sourcing for their results. We want to go as low to the board as possible and build our way up because it gets kind of annoying when you've got big things in your way. For this project, I don't know, maybe I should start with resistors and capacitors. I don't know what capacitors I have. That's going to be the big stumbling point is through-hole capacitors, I may have to put in surface mount parts for. I have plenty of surface mount capacitors. I do wish this thing was a little bit more surface mount, but we can live with it the way that it is. So, I guess the R's and the C's are going to be the stuff that's lowest to the board, especially if I'm putting in surface mounts. So maybe we should start with those. Start with those. My dog has been barking like crazy at the door. I don't know what the hell is going on. Which board do you think we should? Well, this one is the one that has all the front interface on it. I guess we'll start with this board and I'll work out from there. Actually, one thing we could start with is actually putting the IC down. That has a couple special tricks with it. Let's do a couple things around it first, though. How's she doing? She's doing great. She's doing gangbusters. I'm just trying to make sure that she doesn't gain weight. She's been getting a lot of treats during the day, and her dinners are now half diet food and half regular, half puppy mix. She's been getting a lot more dry food too. So it's been very consistent, and hopefully she won't gain weight. It would be very annoying if she does. 0.1 microfarad capacitors. Now I think I've got some 0.1 microfarads. They might be the super duper accurate ones, but these would fit in that place. Yeah, 10 nanofarad. These are maybe going to waste. Hold on a second. I've got a lot of kits of stuff. Instead of just, does she do sports? She runs around with her friends outside a little bit. I should get to like dog parks with her because I need to move around too. It's something I'm consistently saying I should do, at least. Here, 0.1 UF capacitor. What's the voltage on these? Doesn't say. We got to find out what the voltage is on these, otherwise they might be subject to blowing up. Let's see, because I want to use these because these were an order that I made by accident. These are like the really accurate capacitors, but they're going to waste around here. If they're like 3 volts, I can't use them. Huh. P1J100 1K0. P1J100 1K0. I got to hold PDF for that? Conductive polymer hybrid aluminum electrolytic capacitor. Hey, that is what it is. It's what it's. EF. Where's the voltage code? Voltage code. Product. EV. P1, EFP1. That's beyond the... Why can't I move to the side? Let me move to the sides. That's because the zoom was on the page and not the PDF document. Yeah, that's on the page. Reset that. So I want to zoom in here. Ugh, stupid PDF reader. What the? Gift sub. Last Miles, rating with a party of 58. How's it going, Last Miles? Everybody check out Last Miles. All 5 people that were in here before. Yeah, I've got 60 people watching. 58 of them have just entered. How's it going? How you doing? We're working on a modular synthesizer module, and in this case, we are building something from Erica Synths. So Erica Synths, apparently Latvian, as we learned, synth making company. They're probably legendary, I don't know. This is the DIY MIDI CV. So this will allow me to have MIDI going in and have control voltages out. So the cool thing about that is that I will finally be able to actually like hook a keyboard up to the thing and actually like play the synthesizer and have it do stuff. It's a modular module. Yes, this module comes in several modules. Well, it's I mean, 2 circuit boards, if you want to call that modular. This will allow me to plug in a MIDI cable and use MIDI in order to play the synthesizer. It's not a necessity, but it is something that I think would be a little bit more convenient for me. If I'm tootling around with the modules and I want to test things and make sure they work, I want to make cool noises, I can hook it up to the keyboard and noodle around with it, right? So that's the idea. We are starting from scratch. I have a kit, which means I've only been given a programmed microcontroller with it. So I have a programmed microcontroller, I have the circuit boards, we need to populate it with parts, I need to put stuff that I find around the shop into it because I'm not going to order parts. The only thing that might be the exception to that is the MIDI plug, because I wasn't given any type of a MIDI plug with this. I might not have the right thing. I might have the right thing. I've got a couple MIDI plugs sitting around the shop in various odd places, so we'll have to see. I was just explaining and ranting to people that you have a cool lab bench that you make stuff burst into flames or hover with supersonic airwaves. Yeah, the supersonic levitator is sitting behind me, but that is actually a thing. That's this thing right here. It's a bunch of ultrasonic emitters on either end, creating interference waves that allow me to hover little beads. And I was talking about how earlier on stream, I was thinking of mating that with the tourbillon mechanism so that it moves around in cool ways and looks really visually stimulating while it hovers. Styrofoam beads is about all it can handle, but if it can hover like drops of water, if you can make them in a little constellation on the interference and you move the entire thing, they'll move with it. So it would look really cool to have a little like planetary system sort of moving around, hovering. It's hard to convey how cool that is because it's sort of like something's floating right in front of you. The burning stuff is Burn the Subs. That's this big board behind me. It is essentially a wall-mounted XY table, but it is a laser etching table as well. And we are going to start to work on that again, probably a day after tomorrow. Thursday, we're going to work on it. And we're going to start to kind of get into the programming part of it. But the programming part of it is what makes it do its job, which is to take a subscriber's name, enter it into a database if it's not something explicit or terrible. And again, most of my viewers are people who are hunting Twitch for bad names to permanently etch onto a block of fancy wood. It takes all kinds. But anyway, so they're kind of trying to subvert that a little bit. But what it'll do is it'll use a blue laser in order to burn their name on a random location on the board, and it determines that with software. And so we need to make it do all that stuff. There's a lot of updates that we need to do to it. Put that on schedule along with the hovercraft lawnmowers. No, Burn the Subs is something that I can actually get done. It's something I can actually get done. I'm serious, I can get this done. So anyway, we're gonna do a little bit on this synthesizer thing today, just so I can get that rolling. I've already built like a whole synthesizer testing module. This thing produces a bunch of different signals that are involved in testing synthesizers, and I learned how to code for an OLED display, and we got this whole thing together. For better or for worse, there's a little bit of jank in this. Eventually I want this to be a comprehensive module, testing module, but for now this is okay, and I need to move on because there's too much. I'm taking too big a bites out of stuff. So today we've got a very simple project kit that I can just really take a chunk out of and get done, and then move on. That's sort of the holy grail, is something where you can spend your time soldering, finish it, and then move on. Some Twitch viewers do have beautiful names. The most masculine name that I've ever seen in my entire life is on the board, and it's coming in Santa's beard. It's the most masculine thing I could possibly ever think of. Anyway, moving on. That's actually the thing that I love about the board, and I secretly love it. So I can tell you guys about it now. But a drone with sharp blades would make a fine lawnmower? No, they're not meant to have like chopping ability. They do in some cases have chopping ability, but typically they're hinged so that you can pack the drone up in a smaller area. So if it hits a bunch of blades of grass, that'll be enough resistance to move the blade off, and the drone just crashes. But yeah, the thing that I secretly love about the board is that it's so elegant, right? It's this beautiful, elegant, you got harpsichord music playing in the background. Presentation, it's wonderful, right? It's got this nice block of wood. I've got these lights on it. It's the whole kit and caboodle. I'm pointing the camera. Look at your name going on this block of wood, and the name is just the most vile thing you could ever think of. I love the juxtaposition, but I don't say that because typically people like to have their streamer be this bumbling boob of a man screwing everything up, and so I play into that a little bit. All right, anyway, we are getting started here. We have 0.1 microfarad capacitors. These are decoupling capacitors. What these are designed to do is basically keep the microcontroller from coming up piece by piece by piece. That's why you always put it on things like logic gates and microcontrollers, because if you have your voltage level increasing at a slow rate, certain systems in this can turn on and it can make weird stuff happen. So in order to prevent that, what you do is you put a capacitor from positive to negative nearby the microcontroller. And so when positive voltage comes in from the power supply, that capacitor at t equals 0, when there's no charge on the board and power just now got here, at t equals 0, the capacitor is acting as a short circuit, and it absorbs all of that current for the millisecond the microcontroller takes, the power supply takes to get up to voltage. When it's up to voltage and the millisecond of whatever the equation that you can run on the capacitor has passed, all of a sudden power can get by the capacitor and your microcontroller powers up in a predictable way. It's, oh, I've got all my voltage at once, I'm ready to go. Okay, so the voltage code on these are like specific conductive polymer hybrid. Obviously, you only need a ceramic capacitor as your 0.1 UFs. I've got plenty and plenty and plenty of surface mount 0.1 UFs, And I know where there's a place that I could steal a couple from another through-hole thing. But if I can use these weirdo ones that I bought by accident, I'll be happy. So if their voltage is enough. Now, this Firefox PDF viewer is not really doing me any favors. Can I see the controls? Doesn't look like it. There's got to be, there's something. Oh, wait, no, this is Chrome. Oh, what do they do to the PDF viewer in Chrome? Maybe it's just this website. Because, like, I don't have Zoom controls. This is useless. Is it just an image? Oh, boy. Okay, well, anyway, let's just do the ineffectual zoom in. What the heck? They chromed it. If it doesn't make you faster, chrome it. Pseudomaze! Pseudomaze! Hey, thank you for 11 months. 11 months! If the cap is not enough, there are circuits to slowly power your microcontroller too. Well, there's brownouts and all kinds of other stuff, yeah. I think these are film caps, 100 nano, 100 volts. You think they're 100 volts? That'd be 101, although this, I don't think I have a full part number on this. They give me usually they'll give you a voltage on them, but, and I can always look for what I ordered. Maybe that one, is that what the, yeah, 1 microfarad or 0.1. So the U is the decimal place. The 1 is the farad value, or the microfarad rather. Yeah, they're doing that British thing where they put a decimal place with a symbol. So U1 is 0.1, and then J, I guess, is the, yeah, they got J100. So J100 and 100 would be the volts. Or is it 100 nanofarad? Jeez. 100 as 101 microfarad. That doesn't, these are 0.1, I know they are. 1E, 1J, no, that doesn't, that's not on the codes. Oh wait, 0J. 100 is 2A. I don't know if this is good information. 1 nanofarad from the NanoCat. I've been ignoring that button for the last 11 months. I just fat figured it. Hey, more power to you. Announce those subs. I appreciate it very much. I don't know if this is good information. Perfect labeling so that nobody understands it in 100 years. I'm still getting a headache with resistors. This is my main draw to surface mount technology and why I absolutely adore my surface mount parts, because they literally just write the value on the component. So the question is, can I get away with using these as decouplers? I can certainly try. Decouplers are not as vital as everybody makes them out to be. The spacing is a little tight, but I think I'll be able to do it. Ooh, that's a no-no. You shouldn't really ever put values on your PCB, because suppliers can change, values can change. It looks like they are. Oh, I gotta do these? I don't know if I have those coils. How important are those coils? They're probably doing some with power. BAT 85. I mean, I'll try to find a 100 microhenry coil. Might have one somewhere. Hell, I might have them in another piece of electronics that I can eviscerate. So will these work? Let me just get out one to test. I hate these things, so I hope they all go away into this project. Doing through-hole stuff with a microscope is kind of annoying. Oh, looks like it was a match made in heaven, huh? I guess that's what I'm supposed to use. All right, so where do the 0.1s go? Oh my God, that's everything all at once. There we go. So close this, close this. 0.1. We got 9 of them. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Okay, so let's go through these then. So C1. Now, I don't know, it doesn't look like they did what I typically preach in this case, which is to reorder your C's and R's from the upper left-hand corner to the bottom right. And there are things, at least in Fusion, which used to be Eagle. Eagle has a user language program that does that for you. It retools your C's and R's and L's from one corner to the other, which is a very useful thing to do indeed. Because then it makes it much easier for me to line up with a bill of materials all these parts. I should do this on the microscope, but here we are. God, my computer is still doing that thing. When this room is like cool, bordering cold, the computer will constantly ramp up and down the fans. I need to adjust something on it. It's that difference between summer and winter that gets it. All right, C1, 2, 3. C2. There's C1. There's C2. 1, 2, 3. Alrighty. Yeah, we might do the IC next, just because it's right there. It's right in the middle of all this. AI fan temp sensor. I might as well throw that at it while we're at it. Yeah. Sure. It does everything, right? This AI thing you're talking about? We should make one of them AI to do my taxes. Actually, AI probably should do my taxes. No excuse. Although to be fair, I could probably do my own taxes. I should probably do that anyway. Just raw dog it. I'm smart enough. I end up owing a lot to the state in particular, just because my wages aren't garnished in any way. They come directly from Twitch, and then I have to pay state tax out of that. Federal, I've got a couple deductions going for me, so I usually don't have to owe them. They should pay me. Actually, technically, I should probably be doing quarterly taxes, huh? Although I'm not quite a corporation. If I was a bigger operation, maybe I'd have to do that. Yeah, make it IoT. An LLM fan temperature sensor and toaster with Torx screwdriver. I gotta sign up for an account for my fans. Call it an OnlyFans account. That joke has never been made before. Not even once. Okay, let me do this. We're just going to solder these pins. I abhor through-hole, but we've got to work with the technology of our time. Now, technically what I could do is run a bunch of wires. I've done this on some of the other synth modules that I got kind of annoyed with, which is, I can't get to these. This is scrub. This is amateur hour. What's going on here? Make the pads of your parts big if it's a DIY soldering kit. This is like 101 kind of stuff. I'm going to get a new tip for the iron. One that maybe has a slightly more flat tip that I can actually get in there with. This is a quick change soldering iron. So I can just tear the thing out, put the new one in, heats up, we're ready to go. I'm having trouble putting the solder down because the soldering iron is not making contact with the absolutely minimal pad that they have for this part. It does look like they have room around it. They just didn't utilize it. So now I've got to come in here with a little bit of an angle and make sure that I'm heating that pad up. Keep heat there for just a little bit to let it try to get it to wick to the other side of the pad. So up like that, add a little bit of solder to get the flux and the heat in, and then add solder from the opposite side of the pin until we kind of fill it up a little bit there. And it should look like it is a thing emerging from surface tension in water. So it looks like a swimmer's head bobbling up from surface tension. Should kind of be not like the back of a teardrop. Although inevitably with this kind of stuff, I am adding too much solder and it'll look a little bit overloaded. Do you do alcohol cleaning at the end? Yeah, sometimes I'll brush it with Q-tips. Sometimes I just won't. Sometimes I won't even clean up. I do have an ultrasonic cleaner, so if I really need to go crazy with the cleanup, I could use that. Put it in a bag with some, like Simple Green or whatever, or just some alcohol and put it in the ultrasonic cleaner. And then I'll super clean it up and make it look new. Look brand new. All right, so the next step is flesh cutters. Use the flesh cutters to cut the flesh. Flush. Floosh. You floosh it with the floosh cutters. And so you're going to have little pieces of metal all over the desk when you're done. You don't need to completely cut it flush. You can leave a little bit on it, especially if you like grating away the skin on your hand by brushing up against your own circuit board. All right, so that's C1, 2, 3. So now we have 8, 9, and 13 to do. I'm doing them 3 at a time. There's no reason behind that. Flush cutters, cutting flush. You don't really want flux residue on any circuits when you're done, just because it looks bad. No PPE or safety glasses. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Be reasonable. What was next? 9, 8, 9. C8 and C9. Now, considering the scheme so far, all things considered, the C's and R numberings should be near each other, but it seems like these are numbered based on schematic. C1 being the first one to go in, because it's the decoupler for the Atmega 328. But theoretically, they should be nearby. There's 13. So now we got to find 8 and 9. There's 10, and I see 11 over there. 10 and 11. We're looking for 8 and 9. 25. C16. I'm going to guess they're near this one then. 19, C9. And then is C8 over here? C8, there it is. Wait, C8 says 22. Oh, C8's going outwards. Okay, so that's here. I think we'll do the ICs next because they seem to be in the middle of this whole thing. And so getting them in is going to be the less annoying thing to do right now. Did I get the safety glasses working? Yes. Here, I'll show them in just a sec. Yeah, we got those totally working. I haven't used them yet because I haven't used a big power tool. These are for use with like big power tools, like an angle grinder or the chop saw in particular. The one thing that I don't like about the safety glasses right now, and it's something that I need to correct in CAD, it means slicing up the model and moving stuff around. I need to move the glasses piece back a little bit because right now it's being squished on the sides. It's being pressed in so that instead of the glasses being like this or like, you know, like this, they're like this. And that changes the pupillary distance. And so when I look at stuff, if I want it to be in focus, I have to look out the side of my eye. I have to look to the left a little bit or to the right a little bit. So I need to correct that. But they do fit my face. They fit my face. They fit my gigantic nose bridge. I have sort of an expansion right here, you can see. And that causes a lot of problems with things like wraparound glasses that are supposed to look like the PFP of some racist person on Facebook. But, you know... If I'm going to live up to the role of a guy taking a picture of his own damn face in his truck, like all those PFPs, then I need to expand the nose bridge a little bit. But if I can move the glasses a little closer in the setup that they're in right now, I'll have slightly better vision. But my eyelashes just barely touch sort of the outer glass piece on these. So, but these will be good. I mean, I can take these to the shooting range, and I can also just use heavy power tools with them, and they're ballistic. Also, this is a laser safety coating. I got that specifically. It was very expensive. But because I'm in here doing this stuff with you guys, and we're going to be working on Burn the Subs, I figured I'd splooge a little bit. I think the word is splurge, Bother. I think you used the wrong... That's like very different. I would splurge on some laser safety goggles. I don't think these are as safe as they could be, though. They're like a 20% reduction in laser power through the glasses. And I don't know if 20%, I don't know what it'll do with blue, but I tested it with green. Let me get the green laser. Where did I put that? Always got to keep a laser nearby. Like, it's a pretty significant reduction, but you're still gonna get blasted in the eye with this thing, right? I guess if there's any like reflected brightness, it can help with that. But this is one of the most universal protections too, and you kind of pay for that. Like this blocks almost all of the frequencies of sort of nefarious laserings, including ultraviolet. So yeah, in case a fly flies in front of the thing. Instantly vaporizing, taking my retina with it. But yeah, the successful 3D print, because they fit perfectly now. I just need to move the glasses, part of the glasses in a little bit. I wish I could like shave away the edges of those glasses. The company sells a different prescription insert, and I think it's the one, because of the problems I think that other one faces where it hits the edge and bends. They have another one, and they're much smaller, and they've got rims around the whole thing, which I don't like, but are probably more effective in that system. But I think what I can do is just cater around what I have, and I think I'll be able to make it work. Okay, so soldering. This is another thing that I hate about this through-hole stuff, is that I can't solder it from the top. I'm this close to just abandoning. I'm abandoning the through-hole. Fuck it. I don't care. I hate this. I hate it. 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 Nope. Nope. We're not doing it. We're not doing through-hole. I'm getting these out of here. Get out of here. I've already gotten mad. It's that. I think you're doing great. Sorry to sidetrack. No. It's just the annoyance of constantly flipping this thing over and changing cameras as I do. It's just gotten to me. I'm going to do this with wire wrap wire and routing everything up top. That's how we're going to do this. That's that one gone. I have to do this by pinching the capacitor and pulling it backwards while heating up the leads. Every one of the footprints of these through-hole things can be replaced with a surface mount, and I can just use a little tiny piece of wire to go to the component. We'll keep the microcontroller through-hole, obviously. This is much easier for me. It's easier on my parts and all that stuff. I just really, really strongly dislike through-hole. It is a foregone technology. It is of the past. So instead of those, and instead of using up these, well, I mean, I did use up some of the ceramics, but that's just sort of like, I might as well just have put them in the trash can to begin with. But instead of using these 0.1s, what I'm going to do is grab surface mount 0.1-UFs, and we are going to go through and hold them down on one lead, and then we will take a little piece of wire and we'll hold them down on the other lead with the little piece of wire. I've done this before. It can introduce all kinds of like soldering issues compared to through-hole, but the convenience of not having to flip the circuit board constantly is real. Okay, so 0.1-UFs I've got stashed away. I think I've got a different, well, that's for 10 kilo ohms. I don't know if I've got another stash of 0.1s, but I do have them in here. So these right here, 0805, I got 70 billion of them. These are the ones that you should stock up on as the 0.1s because they're used as decouplers everywhere. So those are all the 0.1-UFs. And so what we'll do is we'll get 9 of those and we'll put them directly onto the circuit board. That's 1. Welcome to my counting stream. Twitch plays counting from 1, 3, 5. If I had larger ones, they would probably be useful in here. Oh well. 8. 10. 9. Okay, counting up from 9. I'm going to move this little pile by using my finger grease. Let's move it up there, out of the way, slide this thing back in. This camera is just here so that you guys can see how I'm positioning my hands while doing this. 6, oh damn it. I wish I had a component stash like that. I built it up over quite a bit of time. I've been doing this stuff since I was a kid. So don't think that you can instantly, I mean, some people can, they can just spend a bunch of money and have all these components like this. But this came about from me saying, oh, I need more of this part. Oh, I need some of this part to do this. Like it builds over time. Oh, and then we got to swap to the smaller. I got to swap back to the one that I'm used to. Especially, and the ability to do this while talking is also kind of a big deal. And the ability to do this on Twitch when I have no job, etc., etc., etc. I've known since the dawn of time. I've been doing this since we were screwing back when the breadboards were actual breadboards. That used to be a thing. The reason we call it breadboard and not some other type of prototyping board is because they used to screw components. All these components used to be like mounted. You used to have like light bulb sockets and stuff with screw terminals on them. And so you would actually mount all of your electronics to a board that was meant for cutting bread. And board meant for cutting bread does not conduct electricity. So that's C1. Now we do 2 and 3. Look at how much cleaner this is. We're just going to use surface mount for everything. I don't care anymore. I do have the through holes where I could build this whole thing, but this is more weird. More weird is more better. More organs means more human. Hello? Oh, there we go. Just wanted to push it out a little bit there. And it needs a little more solder. We'll come back to it, though. When I get the other lead in, that's when I can add a little bit of solder to the other side. Right now, that's just holding it in place. Friends just say bye, kits. That was one of the things that I did with all the breadboarding that we were doing for the synthesizer stuff on through-hole things. Because, you know, the solderless breadboard is through-hole, fundamentally. So you always need to have a stock of through-hole stuff to do any sort of development other than, you know, kits. But what I did was I bought a kit of audio ICs. And so apparently somebody just sells this like clamshell kit with your TL074s, with your, you know, blah-blah-blah op amps in it. And that I think is going to be instrumental in building this. Because it has the different ICs that they use for different purposes. Because people like to, they don't just use the TL074, they use a host of ICs, and some of them are better at audio, some of them are better at control voltages. But yeah, as I go through, like, where I deem it to be competent, I like to get an electronics kit, and that might have some extra stuff that would come in handy for a different project. Like we were trying to make that skull speaker, which I still can't believe that I've messed up. It was the first YouTube streams that I did. The skull speaker that I never got to work, but apparently I had a bunch of ICs that were made for directly controlling a speaker, which was kind of cool. I didn't know those existed. I didn't have any use for them, but I got them with that kit of op amps. So there's another rare clocking of a win via bolstering up your parts collection. Okay, and then here's C8. Look, it took me 30 seconds to get back to where we were after 10 minutes of soldering. 30 seconds. This is what me and surface mount. I like surface mount so much better. So much better. Although these aren't like super duper accurate, but they're good for decoupling capacitors, which is what all these 0.1Fs are. So 0.1F ceramics. That's like not bridging. There's not enough solder there, I guess. The only problem is with the doing it surface mount like this may mean that the solder droops down on the other end. And I could put Kapton tape on the board to prevent that, but we're just not going to bother. I'll have to go around and look for big bubbles at the end of this. Hey, what's up, Blowfish? Fugu? Greetings, friends of having enough holes on the board. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so that was C9 and C8. C13. C13 is what we're on. And it's right there. I'm going to do the Kapton tape thing, actually. I'm going to do that just because this will go together a little bit nicer if I've got a something to keep the solder from boobling out the back. So Captain Tape is this wonderful little chemical product that probably ruins the environment. It's used in a lot of different applications with electronics, particularly because of its temperature stability. And 3M uses some type of adhesive on it that I love, and I wish I could source for that metal copper tape. I can't find this product anywhere with a reasonable price. This is a reasonable price. The copper clad tape is a reasonable price. The copper clad tape is used in a lot of stained glass projects and stuff, like your basic DIY things. But Captain Tape is totally able to handle the temperature of the soldering iron, and it peels up clean. If I could get whatever adhesive is on this stuff on copper clad tape, I would be pleased as punch, because then I could put down traces, and there is trace tape that exists, but the trace tape is super expensive. It's like trace repair tape. What I could do is I could put this stuff down and cut traces out of it and then solder to that. If you do that with the copper clad tape, when you heat it up, the copper clad tape turns into some type of soup. It's like electrical tape. It's not meant to be at normal temperatures, apparently. Meanwhile, I'm listening to my computer behind me go, it's driving me crazy. I'm losing my mind. I have a modification that I need to do to that computer anyway. It's been the big fancy computer that we built that one time. It's got some problems with it because we did things a little crazy, and the reservoir is not at the top of the computer, and so it doesn't collect any bubbles. Maybe we'll do the ICs last, and I'll just cover this whole thing in tape, and we can just remove the tape at the end. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do the ICs as like the last, well, the first of the through-hole stuff. And I'll just do this as sort of a way to catch the solder. My company said this tape is super expensive, but I find it cheap on Amazon. Are there different grades? Probably. There are probably different grades, but I don't... Where are they ordering it from, too? Because sometimes those places can take you for an arm and a leg. You know, like industrial pricing can be crazy. Because it's totally reasonably priced, the stuff that works just the same way as whatever the companies are sourcing, at least from my experience. I could be wrong. I mean, if you're getting it directly from 3M, there's a different name for this stuff. It's nope, I can't remember the name. What is the name? I forget. There's a name for the chemical, the type of plastic. And this stuff, if you look at any picture of the Mars rovers, you can see wiring harnesses that are exposed to the elements that are wrapped in this stuff, just because of how light it is and how temperature stable it is. Just make sure that's all pressed in. It's like having a really like sort of shy ghost behind you. Ooh. That's what I get to listen to while doing this. I gotta do something about that. I love looking up the history of Captain Tape. It's spelled with a K. Got my last one from Area 51. They're a big plane company, so oh, that's what it is. Aeronautic markup is insane. That's what it's got to be. Yeah, it's crazy to see in the wiring harness. Wait, I know that guy. That's Captain Tape. C13, C16, and 17. Oh, we haven't done 13 yet. C13 right here. Now when I actually fill this up, it won't make a bubble on the other side. The things I do in order to do things the way I like to. See? Perfect. I could add a little more even to make it stick up so that I can anchor this thing down. Now when we're done with this value of C, I'll do the bridge wires for all of them. Because we can't hit both pins with this part. But we can coming back to it. C13, C16, C16, C23. I'm sure that is one. Yeah, that is, but we'll come back to it. C16. There it is. Yeah, aeronautic parts come under much more stringent scrutiny And there are just generic aeronautical markups on things. And sometimes that comes from them just tracking the parts better. Like, oh, I've got this batch of tape with a certain serial number. And so if something goes wrong with it, you can recall it. But it's so expensive because they have to do that. Hey, there's something wrong with your tape. I had an airplane crash. That's a terrible thing to consider. Everything's so goddamn expensive for airplanes. All right, there. 16, 17, and 23 are the last two. Let's get the thing first for 17. 17 is 22, 17. There it is. That was way too much solder. That's okay, though. Would have been nice if they gave us the through hole and surface mount on the same design. I've seen that before where they actually just have pads on the surface. I guess that makes it harder to design where all the traces are going, though. So that's kind of a lofty expectation of the person designing the board. At least stuff like the resistors here I can put directly across. That'll definitely fit a surface mount chip on it. Yeah, the resistors are going to be downright pleasant to go through. Okay, so there's all of the 0.1 off capacitors. We're running through the list of parts and doing them bit by bit. Oh, interesting. So the company that sold you the tapes is forced to look into the problem rapidly if there's a problem, and you've seen that happen. Huh. I was mad about crappy Captain tape. I don't think I've ever gotten Captain tape that hasn't been up to my not exactly lofty expectations of how it functions. But I mean, there's a market for everything. You can definitely find really, really crappy Captain tape. And I'm just going to put that right there. Just poke the end of the capacitor with it. There we go. Get the knife. Kanish. And then, oh wow, did that scrape the, oh. Or is, no, that's just flux left over. I got to make sure it solders because I've had issues with surface mount stuff not actually attaching properly. So I think that's soldered. I don't want to put an angle at the end of the other ones. That'll make it easier. We've got a bunch of these to do. So if I actually take these and I grab them with the tweezers, just a little bit on the end, and I wrench it to the side. Now I can just do that. No, hold on. I don't have any control of it. What the? That did, huh? What? How did it flatten out? Okay, hold on. Something weird. I gave it like beyond a 90-degree angle and then it just like lost it. All right, I'm cutting that. I'm starting over. What the hell happened? It's weird. Grab the end, wrench it to the side. Oh, that one's way too long. I got to cut that down. Okay, I guess as I move this piece of wire around, it's trying to twist and that's what's messing me up. Yeah, maybe that's not the best method. I just like there to be a little bit more wire on the end. It was junk. You gotta buy good stuff, otherwise it burns up. All the components trying to keep cool. If it's not sticky at all, don't use it. Yeah. Well, keep that in mind. Problem with this method is this stuff not cooperating. While I could drop flux on it, it really shouldn't be necessary, especially given that the solder has flux in it to begin with. I don't want to overdo all of the fluxings on the board. Okay, that's good. On to the next. This may be a little bit more involved, but it's visually much easier for me because I can do this rapidly and right here, right on the top layer. I don't have to flip the board around. That's what makes it sort of more visually appealing for stream. Absolutely not what anybody has to go through in order to build a board like this. Through hole is fine. I just prefer this. And for the resistors, we'll have the terminals are really close together, so we'll be able to just sort of slap them down and play it where it lies. Oh, oops. Just tag a little bit right there. That didn't jump over. Yeah. Beauty. What are the roles of the chips of the board? Will it be a filter or generator synth? This is so op amp, Atmega 328P. I don't know what that one is. Basically, this is takes MIDI signals and produces voltage outputs. There's a couple different functions on it, and I don't specifically know what exactly everything's going to do. So we're all playing this by ear. But it's using an Atmega 328P to convert MIDI signals into control signals, etc. So this is used so that I can plug my keyboard into the synthesizer and be able to play stuff as if it were a big boy synth, as if it were a real synth, a real actual synth. Some of the other parts that we're going to have to improvise are going to be difficult. That 100 microhenry coil scares me a little bit. I don't know where I'm going to find that. I have some idea of where I might be able to source that, though, but I need a couple of them. And really, they're probably only there as part of the power supply, in which case it would be relying on, or the purpose of its presence is to smooth out what might be a sort of janky power system in a synthesizer. Might not be necessary for me to include in the build. Maybe I have to take a gander at the schematic and see if we want to spend the time rooting through shelves or possibly the bins. I might, I don't know. No, I don't think I do have one. I know exactly what they look like though. They're big gray resistor looking things. But I don't know where I might have one, if at all. All right, this method is starting to really get annoying. The wire ends up bending and then I lose control of it. Where's my pinky placement? There we go. Jeez, all that for that. Okay, and just a little bit of solder on the top there. Don't you know? Okay, who's next? These two. These two, I think these three, maybe the last ones. Maybe. Probably should have just cut a bunch of little pieces of wire to length, and then I could have used them all at the same length and just sort of swap them in. That's all right. It's all good. It's all good. Like some of the components that they're using in here are way higher wattage than anything that is required of synthesizer stuff or MIDI. So MIDI is just a digital signal. Synthesizer stuff is just a digital signal. None of this stuff is really pushing current like a speaker or the like. So the size of these components seems a little bit unnecessary. Damn it. That's going to be annoying when I'm working on this one, but we'll just roll with it. Hey, what's up, Keeper of Maps? 67 months and on a streak. Hell yeah, what's up, Keeper of Maps? How's it going? We're building a little MIDI thing. It's a, well, technically it's a thingy. We're building a module from Erica Synths, what converts MIDI into the control voltage signals, so that I can plug something like a keyboard into my modular synthesizer, and I can play the different voices that I have, and that'll give it a more visceral feel, I believe, and allow me to noodle around with it a little bit more easily. You know, like when we're testing the different notes and trying to tune the different notes, I can actually have something that plays the different note voltages that I need. I got portable note. Okay, next. This is, of course, me getting mad at the first couple capacitors that I put in. They are through hole, and they were exactly the right kind, and they would have worked really, really well, but they were through hole, and so naturally, I despise through hole. So I've decided to go surface mount with this whole thing. Part of the challenge of the day is to only use the stuff that I have. No ordering new stuff. And so only using the stuff that I have, well, guess what? I've got mostly surface mount stuff. So might as well lean into it and put surface mount parts where the through hole parts should go. They all work the same anyway. All with one singular goal. Oh my God, I'm going to kick my computer out of the window. It just keeps making this like little vacuum cleaner noise behind me. It's driving me absolutely ballistic. This is what happens when the AC in the house is running hard. This room cools off significantly, and it puts my computer in a position where it's like just about good at regulating the temperature, but it needs like a PID controller in order to like back it off or punch it a little bit more, so it doesn't oscillate around a set point. It knows to put in just the right amount of control input in order to regulate. We should see more PIDs in controllers like that, the fan controllers. What kind of connection to the keyboard? It's gonna have like an old school MIDI plug. You could buy adapters from the old school to the new school MIDI. New school MIDI uses a 3.5 mm TRS in order to do the ground and then the two signals for MIDI. But the old school ones that I'm familiar with, the 1985 MIDI, circa 1985 MIDI, uses the giant DIN connector, the five-pin DIN connector, which has never really been useful. All the other pins on the DIN connector are for expansion, which is crazy. It makes for a nice big unique plug to put in, but it's very, very obsolete. So, oh, there we go. We got two more. There's two different pinouts. Yeah, some makers have to put like a switch to flip between the two pinouts. It's unfortunately a standard that did not go through, I don't know, standard. It's just one of those things. Multiple companies had the same idea, I guess. Or one company tried to copyright it and then, you know, well, what if we did a different pinout? Aha. I think I know the type of DIN connector you're talking about. I got one right here. Here, it's this one. This is the MIDI plug, the big boy DIN connector. The classic. Dim sum. Dan Dan noodles. Man, I love me some Dan Dan noodles. Spicier the better. I should learn how to make them. I don't know why I feel like they taste like there's peanut butter in it, but there's not. I don't know where I'm getting notes of peanut butter in the Dan Dan noodles that I get. But I love me some Dan Dan noodles. They're very good. Yeah, but I like them to be spicy. I want to see God. Either while eating them or in the toilet the next day. I no mercy. That's not what you envisioned. Oh. Or no, that is the one you envisioned. Yeah, it's classic music stuff. Classic music stuff. And the system messages within MIDI are so simple. The temptation for me was to make my own one of these things. But then I would have probably limited myself to 2 HP and had a switch to do both of the types of MIDI plug and buy one of those little adapters. And it becomes too much of a project to where I looked up and looked up to see if, hey, can I just get like a kit? And I found this. So I decided that this would be a better use of my time than inventing an entire MIDI unit. But it's a very satisfying project because MIDI is so easy to work with. And I've worked with it before. I made a 10 fire cannon controlling box. It was actually a rack mounted box from Panel Express. Front Panel Express is awesome. I've never had a chance to use them again, but it basically took in I believe it was the attack, or it was I forget which one parameter it was. It basically took channel 0 in, and from C note it would activate solenoids. It's interesting to build something like that, though, with the reliability and the ability of other people to reliably use MIDI, because I would constantly be yelled at. I would be under scrutiny. You know, oh, bother, your box died again. What did you do? What did you do? Why did you break it? It's not working. And I'm like, you're on channel 1. Like, we had this setup that was completely protracted. Like, there was no way you could mess up. And these guys would routinely get it wrong. This is really getting annoying because I can't consistently heat this up. I think it has to do with it being connected to ground. That, or maybe I'm missing a little bit of flux over here, because, like, man, that's just not... It re-solidifies so quickly. Yeah, I saw that. That's a new product from Elgato. I don't think that would be useful for me. I'm sure for production people it would be. There are some products out there these days that I'm like really eyeing. There's one that and I looked at this thing with you guys. It was one from Rode that could potentially replace OBS as the broadcaster. I don't know if I would be able to put together the scene complexity that I've got and have the UI control or sorry, the WebSocket control. I'm not sure. I'd have to like, if I could get the ear of a Rode engineer to see if they would build in the API stuff that people like myself and LabTV Live and some of the others use frequently, it would be really cool to replace the computer with a bespoke streaming device. So I'd have the mixer and then the bespoke streaming device, and then the computer would be just completely for projects. Looks really cool, but it's also like $1,200. So maybe they could get me one for free, and I could talk to all of my fans around the world, all of my wonderful fans. I could say, hey, I would recommend this product to you, and they go, who are you? I say, well, I'm a bother. I do streams. What? What are you, some scrub Streamlord? What's your problem? Who the hell are you? But I do streams. I build projects and stuff. Okay, next, capacitor. We've gotten all of those in. We're not done. These are going to be kind of annoying as we go through them. The resistors, I think, are going to be the easiest part. Because I mean, look at that. Those pads are so close to each other. These caps were given very minimal pads, though, which is very annoying. And it looks like, well, let's look at one that's finished. Let's look at an actual, okay, so we could look at the instructions from Erica. Oh, they put it in a media directory. All right, so why don't we just open that one up again, and then we can go back on this. Oh, it downloaded it. Oh, that's everything. I see. WinRAR. I'm totally going to buy WinRAR. Let's go to the downloads folder. Might as well. Extract to disk. Of all the programs that I bought, I probably should buy WinRAR, to be honest. Okay, well, that's layout. That's not really what I'm looking for. Oops, hold on. We'll get there. We'll get there. There we go. I just want to see what components they're using. Yeah, what are these things I don't have? Sockets we don't have. The resistors, obviously, they're using big boy resistors. We'll use the surface mount ones, even though these are 1% resistors. And I don't know, it might make sense for me to go to the 1% on this one. Instructions are overrated. Yes, yes, how to use an electrolytic capacitor. Yeah, they're using these little baubles. I see. I see. So we're totally fine in the parts we're using so far. One concern that I have, though, is with the 0.1... Oh, I see. They're using a socketed... I do have some MIDI sockets. I actually do have some, so I'll be able to put that in. Yeah, maybe we should use through holes, because if I use surface mounts, the surface mount resistors that I have might not be 1%. If I go to the 0805... Do I have an 0805 binder? I have an 0603 and an 0402. Where is the other binder? Wait a minute, I thought I had another binder of resistors. There's 0603, capacitors, Zener diodes, transistors. There's another notebook that I think maybe fell down. Huh! Learning new stuff about my organization system here. Unless there's one over here. No. Well, the 0805s are the ones that are in the drawer, I guess. Those are not 1%. So I could either sit there with a multimeter and probe them and see whether or not they're the right frequency, or I could simply just default to using the 1% resistors that I have here in the super duper resistor kit. Is it an organization system or an organization system? You know, it's got organs. All right. All right, so the capacitors that they're using throughout the entire build here are simply just the ceramic, the normal old ceramics. They're not using anything particularly special or accurate. Sometimes, well, I don't know about this one, but in other builds, it's, you know, the other musical builds, they'll use the super precise ones because they're using them for like oscillators and stuff. In this case, it's just to stabilize some type of a digital signal. So I'm going to continue on using these types. So that does it for the fentanyl. No, for these C1 to 23, 522 picofarad capacitors. So let's see if we've got that in the pillboxes. I wonder if I've got 22U in one of the other kits. So it's 22 pico. 25 and 20. 33. 20 is very close to 22, and I've only got 2. I've only got 2 in these things. That's not good. Goes with the 25. I do have another thing of capacitors that probably has the value in it. 20 picofarad is very close to 22. I've got 2 of them, and I need 5. So we've got to look to other places. This is also close to the right value. Might have 5 of these. These seem rather old. Well, we'll see if we can use them. Wait, what the hell are those? Those aren't capacitors. What the deuce? What a 1A? That's a diode. Actually, I think these are substitutes for these. You'll hold on to these. The 1 in 4001. I don't know about BAT 85 though. BAT B5. What the hell are these doing in here? There aren't resistors in this bin. There's just 1As. Oh, geez, I gotta drop them off then. Those should not be in there. Those are not resistors. Weird ass diodes, man. What is BAT 5B? I think that's a particular diode. I think. Hold on, let me see if I can find it on the list here. BAT 5B. R1, blah, 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 blah. Switch 1. CRV. I don't see it referenced anywhere. Maybe it's the bead or something. Capacitors are oscillating around they're floating around and maybe bobbing up and down, maybe a little bit damped. 6x6 SPST I might not have either. We're going to be really kind of scraping for parts. We're going to need that schematic open. We'll go back to the assembly guide on this one just for pictures of what the parts look like, just so I can get it kind of close. This is the only picture I really need is right here. Oh my God. 16 megahertz crystal is going to be another one that I think I have to scrape from stuff. So if we look at the power section. Oh, really? There's 2 resistors in there? Huh. Oh, for input adjustment. Okay. L1, 100 microhenry between the analog and digital VCC. 0.1 offs on all of them. Stabilize them. V2D, 1 in 4148 protection. This would be MIDI input going through an opto isolator. It's funny, most of the function of MIDI in a modern system is to blink an infrared LED somewhere, and this infrared LED happens to be inside of an opto isolator. So what are the BAT 5Bs? I don't know yet. R3, R2, C23, etc., etc., etc. 1 in 4001. Oh, here we go. L2 and L3. See, this is a lot. This is a lot, and I don't know how much of this is necessary. These inductors, I may just put a piece of wire on. Yeah, that's what it's all about, is blinking a bunch of lights in a way that pleases us. 78L5, I'll be able to have I can field like 40 of those. I definitely have one. TL74 power, and then the 0.1Fs across that. Okay, so I'm just getting an idea of what we need here. Yeah, let's just move on to the next part. So we've gotten all of these, and now we need to do the 22 picofarads. And I am short on 22 picofarad capacitors. I don't have any. At least in this bin. I know that I've got other ones elsewhere. I guess I need to go to, if I want to keep it surface mount, I've got these. These include 22 UF, 100 PF. Nope, okay. What is the task of the 22 PF? Oh, they're on the crystal. Okay. If I harvest a crystal from somewhere else, I wonder if I can find... Let's see what we can find over here. Gotta find something that's digital but through hole. Digital but through hole. Looking for crystals. Beautiful crystals. That might be an inductor, but I don't think it's the right value. And there's not two of them. I'll put it up here just in case. That's too digital. This thing is digital, but it's just an interface board. It might have some relevant parts somewhere, but I don't... maybe the diodes. Diodes might be useful here. So we'll put this one aside. Well, then again, but I mean, I can just get surface mount diodes and put those in, so that's not that big of a deal. Let's see, this one does not have a crystal. Anything with a through-hole crystal... Oh, I see inductors, 2 inductors. This one might actually be the one that has the inductors that we need. Let's put the other things down here. 2 digital. This one is too important for me to cannibalize. Although it's not really useful, it's just so old that I kind of don't want to take it apart. I could have gotten a bunch of 0.1Fs out of it. This one is crappy, but it doesn't have any crystals on it. You are looking pretty neat. What do you have going on? No crystals. See, I'm looking for the 2 inductors, the 2 capacitors, sorry, that come off of your typical crystal setup. And so I need something that's fairly old, but not too special. This one has 2 big diodes. It's got a crystal. Okay, so it has a crystal. Oh, those are really small. Those are really, really small. Those might be too small. Yeah, these also have crystals and they're way too small. I don't know if these will be 16 megahertz or not. Be nice if they were. Too advanced. Yeah, it's just the certain era of through-hole stuff I just don't really have a lot of representation of. And the capacitors that they use on them are so small. So small. This one also has inductors on it that we can take out and test. All right, so we're hunting multiple components right now. Multiple different components that we're getting off of power supplies, but I am specifically looking for 22 picofarad capacitors that are used with a crystal. What's up, Modular Experience? How you doing? The challenge today is that we are just using stuff that I have. And so that's sort of pressing on me already in getting some of these capacitors down. I also, just to complicate things, got really pissed off at through-hole technology because I just don't like through-hole at all. And so I have switched over to doing surface mount on through-hole pads. This is a Erica Synths MIDI converter, MIDI to modular converter. So as you can see, I noticed a name that has something to do with modular synthesizers, and so I know that they might not be too familiar with what my channel does because we don't always work on modular synthesizers. These are also really tiny. Damn it. So we're looking for 5 22PF capacitors. I don't know where the other ones are used, but the ones that I immediately saw were used with a crystal. So I could grab these. These are also equally totally tiny. So I don't know if it's such a good idea to grab them from this. This is the only thing that I saw that I had like a big external crystal on. There were a couple others that had some crystals, but they weren't like, Okay, we're gonna have to use the tiny part, I guess. What is that? Inrush. 102. 2000 volt. 0.1 UF cap. Damn. Damn cap. All right. Okay, so let's get the crystals out of, the inductors out of some of these to see if we can use these inductors. Because we need two 100 microhenries, and these are like power supplies that aren't doing anything. What are the color bands on inductor? And so we're looking for 100 microhenry. We need two 100 microhenry. So it'd be, what is it, black, red? First two of these represent the two significant numbers. The third band, so it'd be black, no, brown, black, and then it's 100, so it'd be brown, black, brown. And then who cares about the tolerance? Poke it with a meter? Yeah, but the problem is I have to remove it to poke it with a meter, so I want to be able to look at the color code first. Green is like a huge multiplier. Brown, black, but then there's so much more information there that I'm not sure about. Huh. Plus it says R9. Wait a minute. It doesn't say L, it says R, so these are just high current. These are not inductors at all. I mean, this one is obviously an inductor, but it's not the type that we're looking for. And that one's also labeled with an R. Okay, so whatever supplier had that style. Was there a calculator on that page? I could use it because I'm dumb. These are labeled R. They look gray like your typical inductor that's in one of these weird packages, but yeah, they're cobwebs. You too? Where are you sourcing this crap from? That says R. Those are resistors. What the heck? What do heck? Wait, you're a crystal? Where are your capacitors? Oh, cheeky bastard. You have them in a surface mount on the other side. Cheeky. Sexy old board. They're not really that special. These are just weird things that, like, power supplies that I've kept. Things with big components on it. F4, what is that? We're looking for L. We're looking to clock an L. For inductor. But they're all labeled R. Apparently my inductor sense is broken. That's an R. R9. Damn it. I was hoping that we could happen across the inductors. I may just have to short them out in order to do them. All these diodes might be useful, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how much I want to rip out of stuff and how much I want to use just components that I have in my bag of tricks. Yeah, okay, so this uses surface mount anyway, so all the good stuff is surface mount. What about you? This is a different power supply. 45, why are you naming just random? Oh, I'm not looking for one of those big guys. I mean, this might actually be 100 microhenries. 101, that would be 100. That does seem like it's a good candidate. I need two of them though. I've only got one. It's sort of annoying. Maybe I have one stashed away. that. Is that an inductor or is that just a big old resistor? It is very blue like an inductor would be. I think it's a high power resistor. This might be a 100 microhenry coil, and I could continue with the surface mount with it. So let's get that one out there. Let's get that one out, and I think I might have a buddy for it. We're building in sort of the fun of harvesting electronics from stuff into this stream. Oh, that is a big plastic standoff that I just melted a bunch to make some glorious smells. Bah. Bah. All right, I'm gonna switch tips to the big boy. The big boy should be able to harvest this one quickly. Oh, we're not on the right scene. There you go. Switch over to the big boy. This is why these projects always take so much time for me. I always have to have some kind of a challenge along with them that takes up a ton of my time. Why did you just buy the kit? Well, because it was like $100. I don't want to buy the kit with all the parts. It's too easy, you know? Too easy. It holds your hand the whole time. I don't need that. Why is that not? Go. Just get some BTUs into that. Let's add some solder on this side. Add a bunch of heat to that. Let's reposition myself so I'm not boiling the plastic whenever I touch this thing. I'm gonna have to work kind of quickly, so it's not really gonna look good on camera. There you go. So there's our 100 microhenry. It's one of them. I don't know where we can find any more. I don't think this board has any more. I saw that 7805 on this thing, but we don't necessarily need that one. What's the soldering equipment's name? It's the Pace ADS 200. I wouldn't necessarily suggest you get that one though. The Pace ADS 200 is very nice, but it's not it's not good in terms of modern soldering irons. Like modern solder, this thing has the 300 watts that can go into it, but the things like the Pine Sil are actually what people should like look into for a good soldering iron. And there's newer stuff. I don't have a link that I can put up, but Pace ADS 200 is what I use. Twink, along with the patron saint of brazing, Dr. Giovanni. That's right, patron saint of brazing. It was given to me by a buddy. I just put that there permanently. Okay, I need to find another one of those. I don't know if I'm really going to be able to get another match for that part. I might actually have one in stuff that I've extracted from other boards. I'm just going to do a quick sweep of the boards that I identified to see if we've got anything that looks remotely close. I really thought that those gray resistor looking things were inductors, but they're not. Apparently they're not. Nothing. Let's look in the parts bin and see what I got, because I'm pretty sure that I got something. This thing only had one of those. Cheap. Cheap. That's weak. Just ordered a Pine Sil. I hope it's a good iron. I'm not terribly certain what I should be telling people to get, because I'm just beyond, like, the iron that I get is for somebody who uses their iron daily, which happens, which is what I do. So when I say like Pine Sil's good, I'm just repeating what other people seem to say. Some people have sort of a vendetta against the Pine Sil though, because it has some shortcomings, but I think getting around those shortcomings are worth the price of entry, because a lot of people use the Pine Sil. And so if you have problems, other people will have the same problems. It's unfortunately the reality that we're in, that you can't buy something that's sort of a sleeper perfect soldering iron. You know, you got to buy something that everybody knows, and then you can get support for it. It got a red cover for it. That's good. Yeah, I mean, starter and field. And a lot of people in their usage of the soldering iron, it is a repair tool for things that are out in the wild. And so having the portability is important. For me, the iron stays here. I rarely ever go out to the field and fix things. But I'm not, you know, I'm doing this stuff. I'm not out there having a social life or anything. Do you guys got any coils? I know I got a stash of surface mount coils somewhere in here that may have the right value in it. It might. Maybe might. P-FET, F-beads, XY caps. Not that one. Deeper and deeper into the parts pit. There's a 16 megahertz resonator. Reganator? 8 megahertz. 15 megahertz crystal. I need 16. Damn it. Wait, what megahertz crystal are we using in this thing? Go back to the schematic over here. La, 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 la. You. 16 megahertz. Yeah, I need a 16 megahertz crystal. Reganator's something different. Baconator? I have 3.6864 megahertz, 20 megahertz, 15 megahertz, 16 megahertz resonator, not a crystal, it's a resonator, it's a surface mount part. Some unknown crystal, 8 megahertz SMD, and then some kind of a JFET. Damn it. I don't know if I have the right crystal for this. All right, back to looking for coils. I have a stash in here. I'm just looking to see where I can find it. What do we have over here? Oh, USB plugs. What's this one? Yeah, all my USB plugs are in this one. The hell is that? Oh, are those? No, that's not what I thought it was. There's some parts down here that I've never seen. I have no memory of these parts. This one has a thermal webcam in it. Damn, okay, no. Nope. There should be a desoldered bin, too, that has a bunch of parts in it. I know I should be able to source all this stuff. P-FET, N-FET. I know this to be true. Op amps. Gate driver. FET driver. Singular op amp. Motor IC. A bunch of LEDs. Nothing I need. Coils mix. There we go. That's the one I'm looking for. All right, back up. My legs. The Atmega has an integrated clock, but it's of an era of microcontroller where the integrated clock is not to be trusted. It doesn't quite do timings as well as you'd want it to be, and in timing critical things like creating and interpreting digital signals from other devices, it is not very adequate at doing its job as a crystal, as a clock. Usually they do like a capacitor clock, and so if you get it too hot, it'll drift. So typically the thing to do with the Atmega 32AP is to give it an external clock, which is cheap and easy to do. And you. Yes, sir. Just the best in externally sourced capacitors, or sorry, coils. Ugh. We need to find something with a 101 on it. Some of these are unused, but most of them are. That's 100. So that's an order of, that's 10 microhenry. I don't see, my multimeter does not measure capacitors. I have to get the LRC meter in order to measure these. 560. That one's even broken. That's bonus. This is broken in the same way. We need 101, if I'm interpreting correctly. That's not a capacitor. There are some weird things in this bin. I mean, 100s, I could put two 100s on it, and I'm sure it would be just fine, because it's a coil, and we don't typically really deal with coils of these things. The coils are in there for, I guess, just stability. Coil creates a magnetic field, and then it'll dissipate it if power drops. Another 100. There's a lot of these things in here. I don't know, or I just put two pieces of wire where the coils are supposed to go, because my power supply for this modular synthesizer is super duper stable. It's way more stable than what they, I think, expect other people to have. It's made out of pretty serious modules. So since the coil's not doing anything in the analog realm, I may just leave it to non-existence. Yeah, if I'm recalling correctly, that doesn't say dot. It says 100, and so that would be 10 with 0 ones, 0 zeros behind it. So this is a 10 microhenry. So this would be only 10 microhenries. Or not 10 henries, no, Henry is huge. I knew a guy named Henry in school. I was nicer to the guy. Yeah, I don't think these are. So this one is 56 microhenries. So none of these are good. I had so many, none of them were good. Ugh. How annoying. Let's get them all back in there in case the day arrives when it'll be useful to me. So what is the difference between those and the ones that we got? The one we got looks similar. It just has a lot more copper coil on it. And it's 101. So it's 10 with 10 after it. 100 being the microhenry value of this thing. I don't understand that. I couldn't find anything that approaches it. I guess these are like an order of magnitude smaller. That one looks close, but no dice. It says 560 on it. How annoying. Okay, I don't think I have another place where I'm going to find a surface mount coil up for grabs. The reason we defaulted to surface mount on that is because everything is labeled on surface mount components. Makes it go bzz. You gotta have a little magnetic field just as a treat. This one's got a bunch of stuff, a bunch of big coils on it for the graphics card. That's 100. That one's too small. Those are too big. This one says 100, but it's this whole assembly that I don't know if I trust. Yeah, I'm not going to put that one into this. That's a little bit much. It's a little bit much. Any other surface mount coils? Coils. Just coils and coils and coils. Let's see. I really thought that I would be able to source those resistory looking coils from these power supply boards, but they were something completely different. And stupid. I wonder what these are. There's two big coils on this thing that look like the right... I mean, if anything, they're a matched value, which is not the most important thing. In this case, in the synthesizer, the coils are supposed to smooth over any little dips in power that might be within the system. 102 is that's another 0 behind the 100. So that's doubly useless to us. I'm holding on to it though, because I'm holding out hope. That's all I got left. This one has two big toroids on it. No coils on you. All right, let's look through the remainder of what might be coils. What about you? What about you? What are you doing? Coil-wise. I don't see any coils on it. Crazy. How could you not have coils? What kind of world is this? All right, let's see. Do I want 102 or do I want 100? Well, there's supposed to be 100 microhenries. So 1, 0, and then 0. Oh, wait, 11 microhenries. So it's actually 101. Yeah, 101. Okay, so that's what I said. That's what we're looking for, because this thing calls for where is it on this list? Working on electronics projects is a lot of cross-referencing things with things, especially when you do them kind of bush league like I do, where you don't have all the parts in front of you. A barite bead. Oh wait, those are wait. They're calling for ferrite beads for L. Oh, that's 2 and 3. Okay, not 2 and 3. We're L1 and 2, which are 100 microhenry. So yeah, 101 is what we're looking for. So we found one, but finding the other one, it'd be nice to have a matched pair that kind of look the same. If these were 100 microhenries, they would be hilarious to put in, if not overkill. Because honestly, I am debating whether or not I should just put a wire across them because they're unnecessary in this system. So do we see? There's only those 2 big ferrites. Ah! Ha! Wait, that's 100. Damn it! Son of a piece of you little. Okay, so that's not useful. This is a USB hub. 7805. There's a good 7805 on this. That's why I keep most of these things, is they have some useful parts. It's just not today. These I don't even know. Do you guys have a value associated? There's some big pads. Oh yeah, there's not really text under it. I don't think these are the right thing either. Okay. So close, yet so far. That's just a full-on transformer. What are you? L203. Now, obviously, there aren't 203 parts on this board. That's just assembly guide for when you have, 50 boards in front of you. They all have their own unique LRs and Cs. This is that power monitoring thing that they wanted me to plug in. It's like, hell no, I'm not letting you monitor my power system. Well, what have we here? A pair of 102s with some unsettling things coming out of the sides of them, but that's a pair of 102s. How's that going to fit in with this thing? I don't know if those will fit. They go here. Those are definitely not fitting in. No. That's not happening. All right, I'm using a piece of wire. Screw it. Unless this thing magically has exactly what I'm looking for. 6.5. Nope. This is a light bulb speaker. There was a coil there. Yeah, but they're too grossly obese to use in my system. They are not svelte. I need svelte coils. Yep, that ain't happened. All right, we looked. We did our due diligence. Unless I've got like a secret stash of coils, which I don't think I do. Do I have any? Okay, through hole parts. Let's just take a look real quick. Take a look at the bins. I have things that look like coils. They're too big though. So that's a no. There are some weird through hole parts in here, but I don't know what they do. No, we're not. I'm not going through that. Let's see what else. That one is the one that I already cleaned out. There's nothing in there. This one might have something. This has nothing. There's nothing. There's no hope. I have 2 diodes on this thing, and I don't know what values those are. And then final bin. No, nothing. How about in these? I'm going through weird storage. I know you guys can't see. I should move the camera, but I'm just very quickly sort of glancing components inside of bins like this, where there's sort of like miscellaneous everything in the bin, and it's possible that something is holding out, but it doesn't look like it. So I'm gonna put this back. This is an important bin because this one actually has the high power laser that we're gonna use on Burn the Subs in it, and the extras. Gotta have extras. Gotta have extras. You guys will notice that today I'm not being very loud. It's because we have a lot of people home right now. It's still family stuff is still going on around here. It's like a whole thing. So I'm not shouting at the furniture as much as I typically do. Coils anywhere else? I don't really want to pull them off of something like this, because this actually is a demo board. So coils make me think of old power supplies. Yeah, and that's exactly what we've been looking at for a little bit here, is old power supplies that may or may not actually have coils on them. I don't really think we need them, so I'm just going to bypass them. We'll just put a piece of wire over them. It's low current. Everything here is low current, and I don't know, it's just like, I mean, I guess it does make sense in synthesizers to have the protections from power stuff, because you want everything to be accurate and noise free, and you can be a little bit susceptible to noise in a system like this. But in the end, I haven't put a coil in any of my stuff in order to stabilize. So L1 and L2 at the very least are going to be too big of a tip. L1 and L2 are just going to be straight up wire. No reason to be fancy. There'll be thin wire because that'll make a nice little fusible link, but yeah, we looked through some very old graphics cards, but no good coils on there either. Would have been interesting if graphics cards did not include external power supplies. If they still ran on the PCIe spec, I wonder what kind of graphics we would have in stuff. Of course, what's going to happen in the near future is power supplies are going to move towards only supplying 12 volts to computers, and then whatever devices are responsible for creating their individual voltage, their 3-volt bus, their 5-volt bus. And that's actually what I did with my water-cooled PC and the small PC project, is I was able to make a 750 watt power supply that was very, very small and only created 12 volts. And then I used a car computer adapter to make all the different motherboard voltages that are required. So it was a 12 volt system. If I wanted to really be cheeky, I guess I could make this like wave back and forth and look kind of like the fuse symbol. I'm not going to be cheeky. So L1 and L2, we will evaluate whether the other ones need to be specific. I think there were 4 coils in the whole thing. Where's L2? That's L4. I've already jumped all the way up to 4. Number 2. Number 2. This I don't like. It says 1K. The value should not be on the board. R2, R3, R4. L2. ZQ. What? Are we getting into weird types of Z caps? Are you kidding me? Where the hell is this? Where's this inductor? 20. See, if you did not put the values on this, it would be easier to navigate. Is it on? It might be on the other PCB. There's a few components on here, like R1 and a 10 nanofarad cap. L3 and L2. Okay, so there's L2. 1N4001 we're going to want to put on there. Those are Schottky diodes. They have a low dropout voltage. We're not working on this board yet, so we'll just chalk it up to the other board. I thought I could find those inductors. We were also looking to see if we had any. Oh wait, we did. There was one. Hold on. Where'd that thing go? Not inductor, but I mean something that had a microcontroller on it with a crystal that was through hole and would therefore have two large 22 picofarad caps. A very low value cap. It's for smoothing out of a system, like a digital clock. 16 megahertz, very slow clock. Ah, all the fluid going up into my head. Blah. Okay, yeah, this will have them. Oh, it'd be great if this was 16 megahertz too. This is a board from a little joystick controller that my brother got. He was going to make something to help him run Ethernet lines through the dropout floors in a government facility where you cannot have classified or you can't have electronics that store information. So this would not be allowed in that facility because this chip technically stores information. So you can't have complicated digital electronics. But he wanted to make a robot that would take Ethernet cable and go under all the stuff in the dropout floor so that he could string it from one end to the other. So what he did is actually, instead of using these joysticks, he had just analog switch joysticks. So they were ones and zeros, right, on or off. And then he hooked them directly up to the motors of this little robot chassis. And so through the Ethernet cable, because he used the Ethernet cable as the signal cable, through the Ethernet cable, it would get the voltages that it would need in order to power itself forward. I was super proud of my brother for inventing that, because he's not that much of a digital or robotics kind of person. He came up with that whole thing. Anyway, this is what came out of it. This is something copyright 1990. Some kind of a digital thing. They used wire wrap on it and soldered the wire wrap, which is a no-no. That's a big no-no. So we could have gotten our 0.1 from here. That could have been all of these. We already did the 0.1 so I'm not gonna, I don't really want to do too much through-hole stuff. So I need to get this chip out of here. And it looks like it was, yeah, it was held in by silicon caulk, not hot glue. Jeez, I wonder what microcontroller this is. Copyright 1999. Oh, they wrote it on the bottom. IG8403. Anybody work with the 8403? Don't know what the hell it is. It's gone bye-bye. Okay, so this over here. Oh, that's what that snapping noise was. It was me breaking the socket. Hey, Taquin Dragon. Oh, you're having a cup of coffee right now. Yeah, it's the middle of my afternoon. It's 3:40 p.m. We're just getting into it here. Be 16 megahertz. Be 60. Come on. Just be 16 megahertz. We're building an Erica Synths MIDI module number 2, I guess. It is something that will allow me to use the modular synthesizer with just like a dinky little keyboard so that I can play tunes. That looks like 11. That's not the right thing. Why can't you be 16 megahertz? It's your problem. That's fine. C9 and C10 are coming with us. Could I ever do an evening stream? Well, it's not exactly evening for you when it's my evening. That would be like a weird time. Like the middle of the night for me. I know, it's... look, streaming at a different time would be something that I should probably do. I should hit the prime time for at least my area, because I'm sort of a Euro-friendly stream here, even though I'm streaming from America. I stream at like the middle of the afternoon for me. That's evening time for all the Euro people. I would stream later than they're awake, and then I could potentially tap into the larger demographic of my own time slot. But this is just when I'm useful. 1105E. Is that a 6SXR? The crystals really annoy me because, like, what's the frequency, Kenneth? 1105E crystal. 1105E crystal. Yes, KMA, like these, the crystal, the number on the crystal doesn't correspond to goddamn anything. That could be, but we can't trust that. I can't trust that. E6S. 6S. XR. Literally, Google is just like, I don't know. Power it up and measure with a scope. I don't know how to do that, and I should build a rig. Like, you got to build this. Where's the die? Ugh, get me out of here. You got to build a whole thing in order to test the crystal, in order to give it the ability, like an in and an out, I guess. Yeah, there you go. And while I should build something like that or find a piece of equipment that can measure, I don't have that. Sure, not very complicated, but it's also just not right in front of me right now. So I got the small tip on this. I think I'll be okay with that. To get these two that are probably around 22 PF. I really don't want to harm them, so I guess I will put on the large iron tip for this. Yeah, how many layers of side projects do I really want to get into? Well, you always need an exit plan for plugging these things in, because as soon as you plug it in, they heat up in like a second. So you want to be able to get out of there quick. I didn't really have much of an exit plan. You guys saw me jerk my hand away. Yeah, it's a yak shaving competition usually around here. Especially with a good idea fairy, which is chat. They always flap their little wings in and go, "Hey, might be a good idea if you..." For the low cost of 3 side projects, you could get test equipment and test equipment. And more test equipment. This circuit board is from 1990. I don't know how much I want to trust it, but I guess we can give it a little bit, a modicum of trust to have the right capacitor values. Now, the other question is, are those caps going to fit where the caps are supposed to go? So the 22 PF, there's, I think, more than one. It says I need 5. But I want to do the ones that are specifically for the crystal first. And those two are which? The modular module testing module is still not done. This isn't what I envisioned for it. This is enough that I can kind of move on and test some stuff. And again, no coils. But this is only just enough that I can test some stuff with it and sort of kind of trust the results. I wanted it to be comprehensive, so I didn't need the oscilloscope to use it. I did learn a lot about screen programming, though, when I did that thing. That taught me a lot about using at least one of these plugins that does screens. All right, so the best place to look for the capacitors associated with the crystal are to look for the crystal. Son of a bitch. They're way wider than what I have. That ain't gonna do it. You were supposed to be the chosen one. Okay, stupid things, I guess. What are my options here? Makes my head hurt. Pitch these back into a bin where they'll be inevitably forgotten forever, and try to find either super accurate big square ones. It was way too accurate for their own good. 22 PF. NF. NF. 2.2 NF, is that right? Hold on. And somebody rang the doorbell. 0.022. Point. No, I don't have that. Okay. The nano, pico, and micro are very confusing with capacitors, so there's no shame in checking over. At least I can say there's no shame in something I'm doing that's shameful. I thought you went to college. Yeah, I thought so too. I guess I'm going to drop these off because they don't fit. I could bend the legs out and put them up top here, but then if anything hits them, they're dead. So I might as well at this point just use a surface mount resistor or surface mount capacitor. What about these? Are any of these in 22 flavor? Got some of these old 333. I don't think I trust these to do capacitor things because they're all busted. Plus, it'll make this thing look like an old shoe. Is that all twos? 223Z. Nah, these are probably not a good idea to use. This is like the derelict through-hole parts bin. All the cursed parts that I use to perforated prototype stuff end up in here. It's an unholy place, filled with pain and regret. Nah, none of you are doing it for me. All right, I'm gonna put some of these cursed parts in the cursed bin. I'm very sad that we were able to find two through-hole 22 microfarads, and they were just not the right width. Because apparently this thing was built in parts that are very old. Put the diodes with it before they get strewn about. All right, so where does that leave us? I can use surface mount that I definitely have the right value of. And I have a feeling we've used a bunch of these before because these are sort of common crystal stabilizers. That's 200 PF, we're too far. 68, too far. 24, 22, and it looks like there's 3 rows in the 22 PFs. I think I may have had to order more. That's why there's sort of an abundance of them. These are very, very small indeed. These will make you think that you're really bad at soldering. How many did I need? Barite bead. So wait, L2 and L3 are barite beads. Is it L1 and L4? Where's L1 and 4? Those are also barite beads. R1025W, but then this one is R10 or 0125. Yeah, they're both R012. They're the same value. They're just in 2 separate spots on the. That's a little weird. I think one's for one board and the other's for the other board. That's what the 2 different BOMs are. Okay. Well, anyway, the 22 PF, we've got a lot of places that those go, right? 2.222. Oh, is it 2.2 for the crystal? Is that 18 and 19? Let's double check with the schematic. No, it's 10 and 11. What? What? Okay. Huh? Oh, that's searching. Okay, so 22 PFs on all those. This is a lot. This is going to be a lot of like 5 capacitors on here at 22s. Let's just get it. This is going to be painful. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If only they had used the proper parts for this whole thing. Surface mount. You can slice a piece of paper thin, then solder it without letting the lead balls touch. Slice a piece of paper. Solder that without letting the lead balls. Ooh, huh? Wait, what are you suggesting that I do here? Okay, we're gonna need the microscope because these are very small parts indeed. An open air capacitor. Oh boy. One of our university projects was to make a capacitor, and I wish I had gotten that assignment. I think it was a friend of mine that got it, and they were able to make a pretty good cap, but I could have done a much better job. You can use trash bags and all kinds of weird stuff in order to make a capacitor. Use tin foil and trash bags. So that's the size of the or the capacitor that we're going to use. Should probably choose the one that's closer to the lead. Oh, apparently it's the outside ones. So I'm going to go from the outside to the inside on these two. And that's C11 and C10. Yep, okay. All right, all right. I don't know where I'm going to get a 16 megahertz crystal. I know I've got a couple in Arduinos, but I'm not going to savage an Arduino for this. Why is this out of focus? There you go. Now I can see. Let's get another one. God, it's really amazing how much my computer is like, all the fans will practically turn off and then they all throttle up to full. It's like, can we just get a midpoint? Can you just find a midpoint, please? You can absolutely borrow components from an Arduino. What makes you the authority on this? It is not that there are the same components or useful components. It's that I need the Arduino for other stuff. I will not take, for instance, this crystal right here, this beautiful 1600 megahertz, 16 megahertz crystal for this Atmega 32P and use it for this Atmega 32P. That is not, no, you're not able to, and there's 22 picofarad capacitors that are for filtering that input. Absolutely not, no. And I guess what I could do is I could, instead of putting these coils in, I could put like fuses in there too if I really wanted to. But no, it's not necessary. My synthesizer's good enough to not need that. Okay, so now we do the other one. It'll drop through the hole. I've had components that were on that scale. I guess I could put a resonator in. That might work with the 328P through hole. This little technique is going to cost me. These are connected to ground, so it doesn't want to solder. I need to have like a little bubble sticking up. A little bubble sticking up. There you go. Little boobell. Hello? What's going on? The ones that are connected to ground refuse to solder. They do not want to cooperate. And watch, as soon as I add heat to this, it'll just all drop off. Stupid springy wire. These are both connected to ground in the middle, so it doesn't matter if I have that wire there. Oops, back over there. All right, so that's connected sloppily. We're not going to win any awards with this. Maybe if we make good enough music through it, we'll win a music award. Okay, that's those two 22 UFs. So we've got 22 puff rather, PF. 22 PF is 22 puff. C10, C11, that's what we just did, 20 and 21. C20 and 21. C22. C19, that's a 2.2. C20 is right there. So let's get that one done. PF, UF is UF, PF is puff, and then NF. I don't think you say nuff. I've never heard an engineer say nuff, but I have heard big old bearded guys say 22 puff before, and I was like, huh? Like, what? You don't know what to call stuff? It's like, why is everything an exercise in shame with you people? Freaking engineers. Everything is a shame exercise. All right, now am I missing a couple of the ones that I put down? Because we've only put down 3, and I know I need to do 5, and I don't know what happened to. We've been sliding this thing around on the desk, but really there should only be 5 of them down here on the bed. There, I found the other 2. They're in a pile that was elsewhere. So the grid I have here, I put parts in the inside of the little boxes of the grid, and you can see clearly on your screens right now that there's 2 capacitors right there. Right there. Right there. They're very small capacitors. All right, so that was C something or other. And now we're looking for C something or other. That was 20. We're looking for 21. C21. Make sure I don't brush over the thing. You are C22, which is a 2.2. 19, 9, 28. What? Oh, 21. I see it. The markings are all weird. They're just all weird. Okay, so let's get that one in before I forget. Lest you forget. Yo, 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 yo. Boom, 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 boom. What is Basement Jaxx doing right now? Probably poolside. Okay, 22 PF, 22 PF. There's one more 22 PF, and that's C22. Oh, that's right there. So it's this one. So we'll just put that one in before we do the wires on all of them. And again, you know, the wires look like they're a pain in the butt, and they kind of are, but they're much more pleasant than doing surface mount or doing a through hole. My only wish is that I had that tape that I described earlier. If I had some form of Kapton tape that was copper clad, so that I could lay down little tiny traces over top of these things and just give them a little cut, lift up the middle, put the surface mount part down on top. That would be ideal. I would love that. I would love that to death. But instead I'm using little tiny pieces of wire, which are annoying because they're not stuck down to the board. And I've seen builds where they actually have surface mount and through hole components. That would also be another luxury that would be on the parts designer, or on the board designer rather, because it's much harder to design when you've got these tiny little gaps to route traces through. That would present kind of a very difficult. That was a big hiccup. That would present a very sort of tough design challenge that they just don't need. They don't need that in their lives. Their lives are already hard enough as is. It felt like it wasn't stuck. Ah, no, my dry sponge keeps coming out of the dry sponge thing. All right, so let's just pop the back end of this thing right here. Pop. Hit the front with solder. Ooh, man, we've hemorrhaged all of our viewers. All the rooting around in electronics wasn't interesting enough for people. Of course, I've had too many streams where I root around and look for electronics, so we got to get back to actually building the kit. Maybe when I get good enough with this stuff, we can actually do a synth stream. Okay. I need to fix that dry sponge. The iron keeps pulling it out. You gotta like cram it in there so it doesn't move. There we go. Copper-clad Kapton tape is just flex PCBs, so you could design a sheet with the most common sizes and then cut it up as you need. Okay, so the super cheap flex PCBs are only, oh, I forgot one of the wires here. The super cheap flex PCBs are only something that like very recently became a thing. Traditionally, those flex PCBs were monstrously expensive. Like we're talking, to do the design that I had for like the keyboard PCB, that would have been like $400. But then I guess it was whatever I was using, JLC has this like super crazy deal on the flexies. And we still need to finish that project. I don't know what tariffs are going to do for that project. I still want to finish it though, because I need my backup keyboard. It would be nice to do more stuff with the orange PCB though. It'd be cool to do like one of the small scale RC cars and make it super leggera and do like a generative design body that would be as light as possible while also resisting the forces that we needed to. And then for the electronics, I could do it on flexi PCBs so that they're super duper duper light. And we could have like the lightest car that I've ever smashed into my curb and blown up into a million pieces. They don't really do 1/24th scale stuff around here. I don't know what they do. It seems like most like Pennsylvania stuff is like off-road and 1/10th and larger scales just because we have, I guess, the space for it. I don't know where they're doing 1/24th scale stuff. I like that scale better than 1/10th. Yeah. Those tiny RC cars exist already. They don't really drift, but it depends on your surface, I guess. All right, let's get legs put on all of these before we move on, because I'll forget one. This is a little bit less exciting part of the circuit board, but we'll maybe work on this again on Friday, depending on what we do on Thursday in regards to burn the subs. I would like to take up another day of streaming. I don't know what the hell's going to happen with medical stuff in terms of the work requirements. So if they add work requirements to Medicaid, and my state enforces it, then I'm probably going to take on another day of streaming so that I can make those hours. Then it'll just be a matter of weaseling my way into calling this work, which it is. My dream is a tiny RC car mounted to my mouse so I can navigate using the phone. What? you can get a tunneling software to do that, like intentionally drift. Yeah, so the drift cars, what they do is there's a on the gyroscope, you can either have it help or intentionally harm your steering direction. And if you have it intentionally harm the steering direction, what you do is you point the car in a direction using the remote, and it will drift sideways while navigating that particular type of turn. It's kind of cool. It's like a more hands-off way of drifting. It's what they do with the gyroscope-enabled RC cars. And so I've got the ability to switch between that with the 1/24th scale RC car. The thing I like about the 1/24th scale is that you can show up with one and you're not a turbo nerd. Like, you can keep this in something the size of a shoebox and nobody's going to ask too many questions. But yeah, apparently I could flip the gyro on this thing in order to make it affect like a drift. But I don't have that set up on this thing. I got to get back out and figure out what the top speed is though, because I got to like 35 miles an hour without using the gyro. I want to enable the gyro and see what kind of speed this thing is capable of getting. And we need to do a little 3D modeling on it so that I can have headlights and taillights and stuff, which would require making either a PCB or an insert plastic piece that could put LEDs behind the headlights and taillights. But that would also mean that I kind of want to print this thing out in the tinted plastic so that I can see through the windows and see the electronics inside. Even the air vents are actually functional in this. There's a hole that lets air in. Kind of crazy. I love that thing. I don't have much opportunity to mess with it because we're doing stuff like this. And I do need to do stuff like this. I'm under obligation. Actually, there really is no obligations. I'm so annoyed with people pushing burn the subs on me. Aren't you going to get stuff done on burn the subs? Sure. Sure thing, kid. Sure thing. I mean, inevitably, I will get stuff done on burn the subs. That's a thing. We're going to start to look at LEDs on Thursday and programming LED displays with Python and possibly Node-RED. I don't know if we're going to do both Python and Node-RED or if we're just going to do Node-RED controlling an LED display. I don't really know what direction I want to go with that yet. I would like it to run Project M, but I don't know much about Project M. Project M is Milkdrop plugins from Winamp, which don't tell the llama that we're looking at Winamp again, but it might be kind of interesting to run if I can peel Project M out so that I can use those old visualizations, because those are some really good visualizations. Need a co-host that I can treat as an intern. Or if I just worked on stuff when the stream wasn't rolling, which I may do for this, because I kind of want this in order to propel the synthesizer forward. I would like to be able to bang on a keyboard and get it to do stuff, and that way I can know that my modules are working properly. So this is sort of an important thing that I might actually take and work on my own. Get the soldering grind work. Well, Uo's Lab is streaming for 4 solid years. Maybe I could offload some soldering work over to his channel if he's got all that time to spare. Sitting around. And how does he bathe? I don't get it. All right, so I think I got all those. Incredimike. Hey, Incredimike, thank you so much for the 11 months. And the Willow emote. Nice, 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 nice. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you. 2.2 microfarad. Going along with the trend, do I have 2.2 UF in a slightly larger capacitor? I would like to use the larger caps. They're easier to put in instead of through all stuff. Blah. Sorry, stifling a burp. Whew. 22 UF, 2.2. How many do I need? 2. Okay, cool, perfect. So I need 2 of those, and they're huge. Wait, what the hell? This says polar. I don't think I trust this. Oh, if these are 2.2U and they're... hold on, we got to see where they're used. 2.2 microfarad polar, but the ones that I have are like 2 volts. TY for streaming. Ah, well, appreciate it. You don't got to say nothing. 2.2. Which ones are they? They are C18 and 19. Are they on power duty? C4, C5, not 18 and 19. C8 and 9 over there. On the TLO74, 13, 14 are over there. 23, C18 and 19. 10 and 11. 16, 17, getting close. 19 and 18. 19 is here. And that's CV out. So that's going to get up to 10 volts. There we go. Yeah, there's 2 output. Why are they... Those are clearly inputs. Why are they called CV1 out? Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. Unless you're feeding it back into the micro. It's a TLO74 with a 2.2 UF going to ground. Those are filtering an input, I guess. Oh, I see. So it has... It's dependent on some, maybe a switch, switching it in. CV1 input. So the control voltage comes in and it hits C18 and C19. So these need to be relatively decent amounts of volts going to them and not polar, because they're going to see positive and negative signals. And the caps that I have that are 2.2 off, those are polar. They've got a little band on them. So I cannot use them. That's a big value to put in there. 2.2 micro, huh? And what is it called for? It's C18 and C19. C18 and C19 over here. Yeah, there's C18 and then over here. Well, there's C18 right there, C19 right there. Those are 2.2 off. And so they're supposed to be a little bit more beefy than that. I had a kit of caps. Yeah, that's this over here. We might have to default to using them. Or, wait a minute. What micro super tiny one do I have? PF 1.2 NF. NF, and then at the very end it goes up to 2.2 UF. Okay, so I do have them in super tiny form. What are the voltages on these? 16 volts. Okay, so those can exist within the 12 volt system of the synthesizer. The synthesizer gets 15 volts in and it converts it to plus minus 12 volts. And so most stuff is below 12 volts, but there's a possibility of reaching 12. So 16 is not as far away as I'd like it to be, but that puts a little tiny bit of a safety factor in there. You know, I'd take something like 30 because it is plus minus 12 volts. And so actually, on second thought, plus minus 10 volts, 16 volts on this thing might not be enough. If this is seeing a control voltage input, that could be up to 10 plus minus 10 volts, which is a swing of, well, not to ground though. To ground, it should be a swing of, what, 10 volts? So it would be within the ratings of the cap. If it were going to negative 12, then it could possibly see 20 volts and it could blow up. This is cutting it a little bit close for comfort though. I mean, C20 is probably also around the same voltage as well. So I don't like the odds, but I think it'll be okay, I think. If I made this myself, I would have used the op-amp design that we had been using for our other stuff, and that would mean that I would have plenty of parts. But all right, let's just put them in this. Oh my God, what is my dog barking at? She's going nuts out there. putting every fiber of her being into barking at something right now. And it's probably another dog being walked outside because it's like 70 degrees. I don't know if it's raining today or not. Oh my God. Everybody knows where Willow lives. She doesn't need to announce it, but she does. Takes it on herself. It's her own personal vendetta to make sure that every squirrel and rabbit and human alike knows, and dog and plant practically knows where the house is. Actually kind of sounds like somebody's over here. I've all the families in the house right now. Oh my God, there she goes. She just barked. Super loud right by the stairs. Just barfing at everything. It's very distracting. I miss the days when Willow would come down here. Oh, I see you put a little speech bubble around it. That is cute. What is that symbol though? Is that an emote? That's somebody's emote, isn't it? It is indeed. It is an artist's emote. Loverish. Oh no, the artist is there. The streamer is loverish. I see. Cool. I like that. Don't think I'll steal it, but I do like it. A little speech bubble around that you can put text in the middle of is really good. That's going to burn my hand. Yeah, do you know people that use a guest voice? Like if they have guests to their house, they'll talk to them in a particular way. I'm hearing a lot of the guest voice, the guest coded voice. Very, very happy and bouncy kind of voice. So I think somebody from the neighborhood is over right now. Lucky for me, I'm streaming, and that way this space won't be used as a touring item. I have to give tours when people come over. Oh, well, look at all this fascinating stuff. I hate it. I need to get a warehouse where I can work out of. I can't afford that. If I were a slightly larger streamer, I maybe could afford that. That'd be torture to take Willow to, though. I wouldn't be able to have the dog around. Call it an on voice, because you got to be on for an audience or guest. Yeah, that's what it is, kind of. I mean, I'm not immune to that. I of course have my on voice for stream. It's very close to the way I talk, but it is also very exaggerated, because I mean, you need to have an exaggerated presence if you are going to be entertaining folks in any way, in any means, right? I do try to keep chill vibes, but, you know, doesn't always work. And I like to talk louder because you need to have more dynamic voice when you're entertainment streaming. You need to actually be able to have a little bit of like personality and presence, and being louder on the mic is more fun and it's more exciting to listen to. Otherwise you sound like you're droning or you're boring. Those are bad things. We need to put a wire over L4. A wire over L4. We're getting through the build. I think the resistors are going to be a little bit more forgiving, although I am having some thoughts about whether or not I should be using 1% resistors on all of this so that the op amp, like transfer functions, are all within 1% of what they're supposed to be. Because they used 1% on the build that they show online, and my surface mount resistor collection I don't think can boast that kind of accuracy. I think I've got cheaper resistors as my surface mounts. Most of the stuff in the sample book I think is 1%. I think most of the stuff in the sample book is, but we're not necessarily going to be running out of the sample book because we have like through hole pads that we have to cover. And things will go in just that much easier if I can just put them across 2 through hole pads. It's always confusing when you're like, are these two connected? And then the flux goes weird and it looks bad. Yeah. Okay, does that complete our capacitors for this board? This is a 2-board build, a 2-beer blah 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 blah. A 2B blah 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 blah. We have the big through-hole capacitors. I'm going to wait on these because those will be big through-hole capacitors in the end, but the big through-hole capacitors are going to get in the way of everything else, so I'm not going to put them in yet. Remember, we want to be working by height, and so the surface mount capacitors are very low to the board. The taller it gets, the later we put it on. Well, somewhat with through-hole, but with surface mount, that is especially the case. So the next thing I think is going to be resistors, unless I want to put the ICs in the middle. But the ICs look like they're going to get kind of in the way of each other and everybody else. So let's do resistors. And hopefully we can do this by just tossing them onto the pads that are already close together, because they did that method of packing the resistors in tightly where you have the resistors stick up off the board at 90 degrees. So over to resistors. Scrounging for the diodes is going to be the other very annoying part, but we can get resistors to get some actual resistor stuff done. R1, 220 ohm. It's the only one in there. What? 220 ohm, R1. Where'd you start? R15 and R15A and B. Is that a dual? Huh. Or are there two knobs? Weird. R1, 220 ohms, and it's coming from MIDI. So the 1N4148 and the 220 ohm are there for protection. It's for current runaway protection, and also to bias the diode that is going to be inevitably illuminated by MIDI. So that's sort of your common MIDI input sort of thing. So between X1 and X2, and then you get the diode in there. Okay, so 220 ohm, that can just be a regular old resistor. That's not going to be, I don't think anything in here should be sort of higher wattage values. 220, you can tell that it's going into a diode because of the value. I don't have as many of these stacks as I used to. Let's get some of this stuff out. This was a mistake. This is a mistake. This is not a great way to store all of your resistors. I had the wonderful idea that I would put them all in these bins, and then I spent days organizing these. Not really that great of an idea. The binders full of resistors are way more efficient, and they look good on a bookshelf. So if I had to do it all again, I'd spend the $75, I think, to get a binder full of 0805 resistors, and they're possibly even 1%ers. R1, where have you been my whole life? R number 1. Oh my God, there's no way that I'm going to find R1. R23. Somewhere where the MIDI comes in. I think it goes to the headers here. R5, we got close. Well, the other one is, are we on the right board? Wait a minute. Is R1 going to be here? Yes. Look at the size of that damn thing. What the Maybe I'll put a through hole on that one. R1 is just freaking man-spreading for us. Good God, how far apart can those two leads get? F you, stupid resistor. I may have to put a through hole in that one. All right, so that was bust. Man, I got out a 220 ohm and everything for that. It's not, it doesn't need to be like an 1/8 of a watt or a 1/4 watt resistor. It doesn't need to be that big of a resistor. It's crazy. You ever open up a synthesizer and see a giant resistor sitting there going, hey man, what's up? And you're like, ew, get away. Okay, so none of this stuff is on the board that we're looking for. So R1 was a mistake. This is controls board. Yeah, we should, we're down here. We're down here and we're starting off with R13, 71K, 71K. Ay, ay, ay. Can I not stress how important it is to learn Microsoft Excel and the sort of visual things that you can do with Microsoft Excel in a spreadsheet. Far be it from me to call myself an Excel professional, but I am an electrical engineer, and that's 97% of the job is spreadsheets. You can do all kinds of cool little things with spreadsheets, like, for instance, having your numbers be on the right orientation, or having your alphanumeric things be in the right orientation, or maybe even having bars and lines that help you delineate between them, so that you don't look at this thing and say, oh, they accidentally put a space in 71K, and then you put a bunch of 71K resistors into your device, and then it doesn't work because they're supposed to be 1K. I say no to spreadsheets as a personal thing. You wouldn't get it. You can say no to spreadsheets, but they're going to be extremely useful if you're doing something like selling your product that has a bill of materials associated with it. And the bill of materials, at least just give me a line through some stuff so that I can see what's what. But this is an easy, like, this is where somebody in the hospital accidentally gets like a bolus of 70 units of insulin and dies, right? Like, this is a mistake for somebody that's in a rush. And really, it's the quantity is in there. It's just because of the software they used. It said, oh, you're a number, so you should be to the right. And then this one said, oh, you're text, so you should be the left. And it just squishes them together. Yeah, yeah, spreadsheet. I mean, it's in life. Everything defaults to spreadsheets, no matter what job you're doing. It's incredible, actually, how that happens. That's just life, Mr. Data. Okay, so 71K resistor. Let's get one of those out. Actually, they're in a different bin. Hold on. 1Ks are with this stuff. Sorry, the mic might be weird because I'm looking straight down. Where is that? Hold on a sec. Just looking down my crotch at this stuff. There's nothing incriminating. Quad op amp. Here they are. 1K ohm resistors. They're in a special bin because they're more useful for other stuff. Would the dog stop barking? Oh my god. I'm on my last nerve with the dog barking at stuff. She is so full of herself. Everything's got to be barked at. Used to use Python. Now I do LibreOffice Calc, other Excel. When I don't do anything complicated, and it's true, my electronics job was like 85% Excel, says Lines and Squares. Had to learn to use it better. I have learned so much about Excel just through keeping track of IEDs. But yeah, a lot of that skill came from there, especially with the RF guys. They were like Excel masters. They were using Excel to calculate potential range of RF devices using some pretty complicated equations that relied on a few different entries about whether or not something was like a direct line of sight or if it was over a tree canopy. They were able to do a lot of those very complicated RF calculations using a couple fields in Excel. Now, should you be doing that? Probably not. You should probably have like MATLAB or something like that. But they were capable of doing so. See how these 0805s perfectly traverse the resistor leads. So we are R13, 14, 15, blah, 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 blah. Wait a sec, R5 isn't listed as, what the, hold on a sec. Oh, it's backwards. R5 is in this list. It's the last one on the list. This is, again, why you should not be putting values on your circuit boards. In case R5 changes value, you would have to make an addendum. Otherwise, if you just call it R5, you just move it around in the spreadsheet. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. These are things that I advocate on this stream. They're not things that people follow, especially not people making kits. Yeah, entire businesses run on spreadsheets. I used to use, oh yeah, Python. Yeah, Python as a calculation tool. That's an interesting one. I've never heard of that. Or as a spreadsheet tool. I know in MATLAB you can do some pretty serious stuff making cool looking spreadsheets, and I haven't messed with that. Some of my colleagues at school got really good with that. They were able to make some really good data visualizations using MATLAB. I tried something at some point that was able to do data visualization, like the connections between things, as a big tree. I think Facebook used it too at some point. But I never got to know it very well because I didn't want to become the guy that did that. Turns out Excel is a programming language for many people. Excel is a program that never should have been allowed to do what it does, but because business people are incredibly ignorant, they have made it do everything but spreadsheets. It does tasks in jobs that are unfathomable. Why would you do that with Excel? Our Excel was responsible for a database, which, in case you don't know, at the FBI, a database is a 4-letter word because it requires a whole bunch of infrastructure and safe handling and all this other stuff. You're required when you do like a database. It has special requirements, and so you're not really supposed to call something a database. So our database, our record of different designs that we saw, was not stored as a database. It was an Excel spreadsheet that would break periodically and have to be rolled back. But that's apparently a way to avoid red tape. It was eventually moved to a database system, though. And then it was actually a proper entry. Instead of having one line per device and having that evolve with new parameters, you would treat it like a database and call entries. So you would call different parameters instead of having them like associated with one line of a spreadsheet. It was crazy the amount of jumping through hoops that occurred in order to avoid regulations. Yeah, and Excel, it's you open it up and it takes a calendar year to open because it's loading 10,000 different things. I mean, I guess I could just go around and wherever I see, because that was our 24. I'm doing these, I guess, out of order, which I don't like. I don't like that because we could lose track of one. Don't you dare have two people open it at the same time. We had a system of checking out files, which was doubly ridiculous. No, it was eventually they decided to hire an actual programmer and it was moved to like an actual web-based system where more than one person could look at something at the same time. Boss kept warning us about that. Oh my God. You save over the file with all your changes and somebody saves the one they had and it just deletes it all. Horrifying. Horrifying computer literacy levels. But that's Excel. I mean, Excel, it's such a cursed program. People can get it to do all kinds of stuff that they shouldn't get it to do. Because of fear. It's all fear motivation. Some of the regulars from like many years ago back me up on this, and I know you guys agree with me, but it's like some of the folks from like five or 6 years ago that were on this stream, we would rant about that because it was the stuff I was doing in the working world previous to streaming. We used to use it to send automated email to our suppliers. What the hell? Wait, what? That's shocking. Wait, you can use it to send an... What? The IED job where I did a lot of writing, we'd have macros that you could run to do stuff. And so they built into the Excel sheet a macro for adding entries using whatever that language is. The Microsoft programming like language that they have for Excel. Outlook Mail to, oh God. I do remember some of that functionality. That's crazy though. That's utter insanity. You know what I haven't seen on this build yet is the power plug. I don't know where the power plug is. Is it not on this board? It might not be on this board. Unless you plug in the ribbon cable like here. Maybe that is what happens. What about you? No power plug. This is the front board anyway. I don't know where the power plug is. Is it down here? Maybe it's one of these. There's probably markings on the back. All right, any more one? There's more 1Ks. I know there are. I should have taken out a certain number, but there's one there. 1K is one of the most common values that you should have in your toolbox of resistors. 1s and 10s you will use a lot of, especially if you're doing digital stuff, because they will use the 1s and 10s as current limiting resistors for various things. If your LED says that you should use a 640 ohm resistor when you calculate the absolute balls to the wall maximum that the LED is supposed to output, you can put a 1K or a 10K. 10K if you have it facing your retina, 1K if you're using it to if you want to make sure that you know that it's lighting up. 1K as opposed to the hundreds of ohms that it would calculate to saves your bacon. It saves you from blasting the retina out of the back of your skull through just sheer volume of LED light. Because LEDs are often way overcooked in terms of their brightness. And if you're just indicating something to the user, you don't want to blast their retina. This is so many manufacturers fell victim to that in the early days of blue LEDs. 10K, I think that's there. What's that one? R20, R17. This is a mess, this area right here. This is going this way. This one's going this way. They're both 10K. Okay. Well, I've got 10Ks right here. We put those in while we're at it. Yeah, dang. Don't look at laser with other eye. Yeah, back in the day, you needed a lot of power to make the blue LED, and the blue LED, the blue. But they also wanted to show off that the device had blue LEDs because blue was the color of the future. And so they would cook these blue LEDs and get the absolute maximum current through them. And for instance, I once built my computer, and it was a Lian Li case, one of the early ones, and put it all together, got it powered, got it working, went to bed. I couldn't sleep because my whole room was blue and blinking blue. This is, I think, a ground line, and so it's not heating up all that well. I'll come back to it. Yeah, this must be, was it floating over top? Bring that in a little bit. There we go, that's good. No, the other one is misaligned too. Can I not? I can't live with myself if I don't fix it. You don't have to have the text align. I just wanted them to be in a good position. Some people are crazy and they insist that isn't even soldered in properly. What the heck? There we go. Technically, that might count as soldered in because the solder is going over the resistor and holding it in. And I could live with that, but I guess what I'm going to do is just overdo it for all of them. I'll just overdo it for all of them. Just make sure that they all solder. The classic. That's a K. So 10K, 10K. So we got two more of these to put in. And then I'll put the 1K in there. I've got 10s and 1s on this bin. This is the special bin for making boards and stuff. 10s and 1s are what I'm using for digital electronics. Most of the time. Mostly. And it's really nice and easy to see what values they are, 103 or 102. 10 with 3 zeros or 10 with 2 zeros. It looks like these resistors are the go-between for the board stuff that goes to the front panel. The bigger the blob, the better the job. You're one of these people that are coming here from the DIY synth folks, aren't you? I am an electronics professional, and I would never suffer something to be sloppy or blobby, he says, sitting right next to his synthesizer testing thing that is absolutely hideous. This is a signal generator that I built, and it has a front, it has a nice screen on it and everything. Put some hot glue, some hot snot. Oops, I'm not hitting the right button, sorry. No, I'm not putting hot glue on it. Why is the focal length is like tiny? I can either focus on this part or this part. But yeah, this is just some thing that I threw together with a bunch of audio drivers and the ability to tune it up to synthesizer. Sorry, corgi hair gets everywhere around here. Tune it up so that I can output a bunch of different signals so that I can test the pile of synthesizer modules that I have built that are untested and potentially non-working. There is a what is it, a mutable instruments module that I really want to get, and it's the 8-bit sound maker module. I really want to get that module. Where's the pile of modules? I guess it's under that bin. But it's like an 8-bits thing, and I really want to get it because it would be really sweet to be able to make 8-bit noise. Oh, this camera's frozen. This camera has been frozen for a month. Oh no, the synthesizer modules, all the synthesizer modules are sitting out on that desk right now. That is an old picture of the desk. I haven't restarted OBS since that camera froze. That's ridiculous. Okay. Polarity wrong on the 1K. Oh no! Oh my God! What's gonna happen? I think I just heard the doorbell go again. Is there like a party upstairs? It's like a whole dinner party going on upstairs. I don't know what's going on. I'm like, they're allowed to have everybody over. I just say, as long as you guys don't bust into the lab like looking to give me cookies or anything. Like, hey, I baked some cookies for you. No, but still, it's like a lot of activity for me to concentrate over. You guys can't hear anything because I'm on a lavalier microphone, which is amazing. I have a part coming in the mail that is going to be a vacuum tube preamp that I'm going to test with the lav mic. And if I really like it, I'm going to be tempted to reverse engineer the whole thing and build my own. I'm going to sit out here and advocate for tubes in audio systems. I better put my mouth where my money is, which is my butt, because I have a wallet. Okay, so when they do the resistors like this, I am super pleased because we can just rattle down and put the surface mount resistors right on top of where the through-hole ones go. That's a perfect system. It's beautiful. I love it. That one is a 10K. What are you? 4M. That's a big transfer function. Yeah, you guys don't hear anything. The lavalier microphone and the compressor that I have and the frequency stuff that's in the Rodecaster is good enough to catch all of this ambient sound that I'm hearing that's very distracting. Now, if I were using my regular microphone, I don't think you'd hear it either because I am kind. I am a benevolent God. I put compression on the microphone, and streamers that don't are absolutely a plague because you might be emotive enough and you might be making enough noise to have a really cool stream where you're screaming and hooting and hollering and everything is fun and happy. But if you don't put a compressor on that microphone, that means your lows are going to be too lows and your highs are going to be too high. And I've seen it a lot with people that do YouTube videos who've moved over to Twitch. Some of the content creators that I really love will do that, and they'll do that with the games they play. And when they do that, and they don't have like a feedback, well, they're feeding back through headphones. And on speakers, you just don't have the dynamic range to hear the low stuff coupled with the sound of the game. They'll turn the game way down. Like, I do this in case I yell. It's like, oh boy, you just need, it's different. It's a different training. You really do this the old way. You don't use flux. Do you use flux? What do you, this is rosin core solder. So there's flux inside the solder that's being deposited here. You don't need to lay down flux ahead of time. Oh, there's a very much wrong value resistor. What is that doing there? Get that out of there. No, you don't need to flux everything up and make it gross. Those are 4.7s. We're looking around for any 1K or 10K resistors that I haven't installed yet. A compressor browser extension. Yeah, doesn't Frankerface does that too. 100K, I don't have 100K. There's definitely like a party going on upstairs. I think we've gotten all those resistors, the 10s and 100s. So let's put that one away. It's 102, so that goes in the 1K bin. Now I've got all the odd values to do. So 4.7, 47, and 100. So let's find the next one. Where is it? This one is 47 kilo ohms. So let's find that one. Yeah, I don't know. There's no way that I would ever be able to reach out to these guys and sort of help them come to the realization that, like, what if I yell? Well, that's what the compressor's there for. And that way your volume level is more akin to what the game volume level is doing. And of course, having something that puts both through a compressor makes sure. I am heavily compressed on this stream so that when I talk very softly and when I talk very loud, they are both about the same volume level, because I'm the only thing you guys are listening to. And although I sometimes catch myself talking very quietly, I want that to be boosted. So if I do a bit where I'm like talking really, really kind of very quietly at you guys, it'll come through. And then the dynamic of my voice changes, not the volume, which makes it funny for when you scream something. Although I haven't done a screaming bit in a while because I haven't been alone. This one is 47. Fuck. Damn it. Okay, we go down to the next size then. I haven't ordered 47 kilo ohm resistors, so that brings us to the book of as close to 0805 as we can get, which is 0603. What happened to the other book? There was another book here that had 0402, which are torture sized. You don't want to ever use 0402. Just don't do it. Don't do that to yourself. It must have fallen down. I can't see it. I should get a book of the 0805s. I don't know how much those cost. 47K. Open your resistors to page 47K. I only need one. Oop. How many does it say I need? 47K, one. 147 kilo ohm. While I could use through hole, we're going to insist on surface mount because it's faster for me than all of the lead bending and stuff. Where is it? Oh my God, it's right there. It's so tiny. It's just a little tiny thing. I think I grabbed the lead that was connected to ground, which makes it more frustrating to solder. All right, let's bring that up here. This is the one that'll fall into the hole. Most of these resistors are going to be responsible for tuning voltage levels and not doing any actual work. So they don't need to be these giant high current things. It's not even soldering in. Come on. There it goes. Okay. Do you not use that PCB holder you have anymore? Which one? The one that sits flat on the desk? That's too light. This is the one that I prefer. This is the clamp, the vise. The other PCB holder I'll use if I need to, if the board is too big for this one. But this is the one that I prefer. One ohm increments. That's why you mix and match. We don't need to have that many resistors. They might, at this point, they might make all those, but those would need to be like 0.01% tolerance if you were to have a book like that. This one is a little misaligned and I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. That's not gonna move. Okay, it got real quiet upstairs. What the hell's going on? There will be questions answered as soon as I'm done streaming today. I'll be able to find out what the hell was going on. Whether it be a whole lot of cooking or just people over or something. See, what you should see is just a little bit of the solder come up on this pad, because that pad is like a C-clamp that wraps around the chip. And then on the top layer, that black stuff is the actual carbon resistance material with the value number printed on top. So you should see a little bit of solder right on the top there. It shouldn't look dull. And then these have like a whole end cap of, what is it, coatable material. So that's kind of what I look for when I'm doing these little inspections. When I stop talking and I'm actually like concentrating on looking at what's in the microscope is telling me, I'm looking at those little facets of the parts. The one that can rotate the PCB. I wasn't the one looking for that. That was a viewer looking for that, and we were discussing that type of. Let's do 4.7s next. 4.7. 4 Mark 7. These go up to 820 ohms. That's not the right bin. This bin goes to 820K. That's not 4.7K. This one goes to 11. This will be the one. 4.7K. We're in luck. How many of those do we need? 3? And that's these 3 right here. Okay, cool. I don't have any 1206 resistors. Those would probably be the best to use here because those are big and they span more of the gap between the two pads. These do fit pretty well though. I kind of wish all of the components were designed with the solder pads that they have in mind here, because then they'd all go in this cleanly, all of the little passive components. How much magnification? I haven't put it to a number. I can put focus rings on the lens because it's a Nikon lens, but it's going into a Logitech webcam, and we can get so close that we can read the die of like an EEPROM. We can see all the different stuff on it, all the gates and stuff. But that requires a little bit of extra setup because I have to actually get close to the lens. So we need to use my big Z-axis. I always solder this way. I've never soldered SMD. Wait, you've always soldered this way, but you've never soldered SMD. The way that I'm soldering right now is with SMD though. I don't quite get what you're saying. But that's okay. These are 4701. Wait, that's the wrong one. 4701. Okay, so wait, hold on. If that's 470 ohms, we got the wrong thing out. Let me double check this. Double check this with the multimeter on ohms. These should be 4.7. 4.682. Okay, so they are 4.7. Just some weird shenanigans with the markings as per decimal values. $4,701, $470, add 10. That's not what, no, it's 4.7K. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, 4700 is 4,700. Okay, yes. Brain fart. That was a little brain fart moment from Bother. Just a little one. I have an X-Acto knife facing my wrist. Let's put that up here. The flat SMD ones that don't cross the PCB. See, yeah, I prefer the SMD ones, even though the leaded ones would fit in some of these spaces. Like for the capacitors. I prefer this just because I'm always working on the top side of the board. And I prefer the way the values are written on these. SMD soldered to the through hole. I see. You know, it would have been great to avoid it because having a through hole board is a charm in and of itself, but I got so mad at having to flip the board around and cut leads and do all that stuff. I much prefer this way to build things, and I would prefer if this were a surface mount design. Now, ow, ooh. I just tapped myself with a soldering iron right there, but it's not white, so I didn't burn myself. Anyway, I'd prefer if the Erica Synths design was surface mount, but this is just what I could find for 30 bucks online, right? $30 for the circuit boards. All right, I'll buy that. That's fine. Yeah, I would much prefer that this be fully surface mountable. And then it could be smaller. And then I get into that feedback loop of, wait, it should be smaller. It should be surface mount. I could design one of these. All right, let me start up a new project, a new circuit board. Now let me design, you know, the software could look better. This could look, okay. So I just decided to get this and be done. And this is, I mean, this is a neat little project where I get to turn off my brain. What is this part? Ow, that was hot. X52. Thank you for the correction. I'm just trying to understand. X52. XP. Huh. X52. XS. Let's just look at the picture and see what it is. Where is it? Oh, there's where the power plug is. It's where the MIDI plug comes through. 0.1 off these guys. It's a jumper. It's a yumper. X strict to rock around to rock around. No, that's not what it is. XFS, tricky. So that's just a jumper. We'll put that in later. 6N137. I don't know if I have. Is that might be the opto isolator? So I can sub in something for that possibly. I think we have this in the audio ICs. I definitely have one of these. What other components? What other passives do we need to put in? Aside from diodes. R6, which is 100K. Double check. R6, 100. Okay, cool. Okay, 100K. We will come back to this because we've got a whole bunch more interesting soldering to do, but I'm going to work a little bit on at least getting my head straight for Burn the Subs. The next thing to do with Burn the Subs is to get some LED stuff going that I can run in tandem with the actual Burn the Subs software. All right, so I'm looking for 100K, 11K, not quite. Not my tempo. Ooh, those ohms. Those are tiny resistors. You're looking for big boys. 27K, not quite. Getting close. These are unorganized, and so I'm paying for it in having to flip through all of them in order to find the resistor I'm looking for. Those are ohms. This goes up to 820 ohms. Ohms, with my accent. Oh, I see. There's, okay, I think I know where it is. This one starts at 1 mega ohm. That's not the right one. 220K. This has 100. 100 right here. Got a lot of these. 100. There. Close that. I gotta put some of these away. The bins are pretty good at storing stuff. It's just when you shock them or hit them up against stuff or slide them funny against one another, the little lids will pop up and they'll spill their contents. And I want to prevent that from happening. So putting them away properly is kind of an important step. We spent all that time looking for these stupid things, and I had to install them in the most janky way possible. And finding a 16 megahertz clock, that's maybe our next challenge. Because where am I going to get it other than an Arduino board? I have resonators because they're cheaper and small and not crystals, but we need, I mean, maybe I could put a resonator on this thing and it would work just the same. But the resonators are so small that they're hard to work with, so I would rather just find a crystal that has a cover. Let's just make sure we got all the resistors, huh? On this board anyway. It's looking like it. Yeah, okay, so it looks like we got all those. Let's try to find a crystal. So I'm gonna look at my bins. I don't really have a way to test them to see if they're the right frequency, but I've got a couple dumps of crystals throughout the shop that I could look at. That's not one of them. I don't really have any like spare Arduinos, not the ones that use crystals. No crystals in there. I'm looking through these things, these bins over here. That's another thing. If I were to move shops, I would have room for my storage to be a little bit more unified. Yeah. And accessible. There's some stuff I can't really get to on these shelves. There may very well be a dump of exactly what I need in one of these bins, and I just don't know about it. Especially these down here. Because this stuff I just can't readily see, so these guys that I have to like pull up in order to look at, there might be one of these bins might have a bunch of crystal stuff in it. I don't know. So let's see here. Where else, if I were a crystal, would you still love me? Let's see. I don't think I've got crystals just sitting in here. These are all modules and microcontroller things. And I don't have any old enough Arduinos that I would be willing to, one, sacrifice them, and two, rip their crystal out, rendering them useless. Now, this is the 16 megahertz crystal that we saw earlier from this Arduino Uno, which I'm not willing to pull apart because this is a vital thing. This is the only Arduino Uno that I have. I only have one. Only one. And so I will not sacrifice it for the greater good. Yeah, I just don't think I have a crystal. Maybe one of these boards has one. I'm not sure. I put my stuff in the small hermetic ESD bags. I put the bags in cheap plastic hermetic boxes that are meant for cooks. I almost said the wrong thing. Greater good. It works because I don't have that much stuff. Yeah, see, that's the thing is like, the creep has sort of infested the storage stuff here. I have literally everything I own in one room, but because of that sort of project creep, things get pulled out and organized quite a bit. And so you end up with the situation that I have, where everything is in, there's sort of like 5 different storage methods here, and everything is just kind of spread amongst those storage methods, which it's okay. It's actually very organized. I just have to have a mental map of where everything is. And I can't remember the last time I did anything with crystals. I don't think I have a bin full of crystals. I do have some of the little square boxes have some through-hole crystal stuff, but I don't think there's like one of these kits. I wonder if that exists. If I could buy one of these kits that has like different crystals in it. I should have, I think I have some 16 megahertz. We determined that this one wasn't the right frequency, right? This is one of those boards you can buy in order to run the monitor panel of like a laptop as a monitor. There's like a slight logic to how everything is put together here though. So I could perhaps figure it out. Although held at gunpoint, whoever's holding me at gunpoint telling me that I need to get a certain part for them, wouldn't know that I was actually going for the drawer with a gun in it. Because it's not that intuitive, but it is intuitive enough that I think I could figure it out post bonk on the head. I bought some of those little containers after seeing them on Bother's stream. I ordered like 100, 20 arrived broken, but the ones that survived are great. Yeah, they're very cheap. They're very replaceable. Having a labeler with these is very important because this plastic is smooth and absolutely no Sharpie is going to stick to it. So having a nice little easy to read label, having them pop up automatically, I guess that's okay. It's not my favorite thing about them. And that they can be modular and sort of pushed together. So you could have a little box of bins for a particular project. When it comes to building it, you'd have them all out and then you could put them all away. They're good. I like them for what I use them for. That's LEDs. That's some. Finding a crystal is not fun. 14. This one says, I think this one's also 14. Just say 1600, please. 24.0. Ugh, it's like a multiple. Okay, all right. 16 megahertz crystal. That would be like radio stuff. Do I have any radio stuff? I don't think I have any radio stuff that I can take apart. Pop open a handheld radio. Or an old RC car. What do we got? What do we got? There's gotta be crystal. It's 16. What are you? TQ25. Nice clean 25 megahertz, huh? NVIDIA. GeForce 4. That I cut. I cut the backing off of the GeForce 4 because I actually use it. This does have a crystal on it. Probably not 16. 827. I can barely read that. It's hard to read. Crystals are so weird. You know, you get these markings on them that aren't necessarily, like it's like a part number, but you can't find a data sheet for the part number. That's all logic. This is too advanced. There's no way there's a 16 megahertz on this thing. And if there is, it's going to be the size of like a grain of rice, even smaller. This is my more recent piece of technology, is router. But it's like a modern-ish. No crystals on that board. This one is going to have really advanced stuff. It's probably going to be too fast. That says 16 on it. I don't think I have any. I'm starting to come to the conclusion that I don't have any of this value component in the shop. An unfortunate reality. Wait a minute. BMW part. What does the BMW part use? Yeah, bring you guys back over here. One of the comments that I always get is that things in the shop are a lot smaller than they perceive them to be. And while I perceive everything through the same microscope that you guys are looking through right now, it doesn't occur to me that the size difference is huge. That's kind of interesting. This is something for controlling various remote digital things in a BMW, or rather powered things digitally. 4, really? It's like 4 point something M. 4 something Q. So it's not the right frequency by a long shot. Relying on random stuff to provide you with a crystal is probably a quick road to being very frustrated. Let's just see if I can dig something out of these bins. Because I remember there being a dump for crystals, and I think I already looked at it, but I was pretty sure that I had a 16 in there. Well, the 16s are precious because they go to Arduinos. Transceiver, desoldered MISC. No crystals in there. MISC crystal. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're in business. I knew I remembered there being a bin. This is what I'm talking about with my organization system. It's not so much of an organization system as it is things have a place, but the place is pseudo-random, so I don't know. This is, we're not going to come up with anything. A080. Definitely not. Some random ass part number, but it has 90 on it. So that's not it. $500. I don't know what any of this means. Come on, flip over. Wait. The chosen one. 16.0. Oh, baby. That's it. That's the one. I may try to find a through-hole crystal in the meantime. I don't know if I trust that so much. I don't know how much I really trust that. It's probably a better crystal, to be honest. Let's see, do we have one like this? What are you? 5886? No. What is that pin out? Look at all those pins. Good Lord. We all saw this one doom. I always think about that line when somebody mentions Lord of the Rings. What is this one? No, 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 I did all that work. Okay, what are you? Careful. God damn it. I can't. I'm gonna pull one of these. What is it? Does that say 16? It kind of looks like it does. This one has 2 leads coming off of it. The other one has 4. Let's see if we can't get a good view of it. I can go a little closer. So you have to hold it midair at just the right distance. My heartbeat is making it move too much. Say S20 on it. Okay, it's not the right frequency, regardless. We have 116 megahertz on this thing, huh? And it's not even, it doesn't even bother to be one of these. All right, so we'll put that one aside. I think there's still more crystals around. And I want to just make sure that we put the right foot forward on this. Because these, okay, so these have Crossway 327 L5D. How did you pause the screen? Somebody's trying to clip stuff. And so yeah, this one is 16 megahertz. So that one goes to the side. We can use that. It's a little bit awkward, but we can still use it. Let's see if I can find a through hole. At some point I bought a bunch of crystals and I don't know what the value to them is. I don't know what the values were. And I should have bought 16 megahertz, but I think I bought a bunch of 16 megahertz resonators because that's what the Pro Teensy uses. What does a Pico Pi use? Oh God, it's cursed. It's too small. I can't even see. It's probably 24. 32.7. I feel like I know 32 from radio stuff. Crystals are cursed. They're cursed technology that should return to the earth. None of those are crystals. I think maybe one of the unlabeled one has a couple crystals. Watch crystal. Ah, there you go. Yeah. There you go. That's the ticket. Maybe not. Maybe I don't know. Thought one of y'all had crystals in it. Nope. RTCs? Oh, okay, yeah. I guess the math's out that it works for time calculations. None of those. No XY capacitors, no. Nope. Still digging for crystals. There's the resonator, and that's again a surface mount part that I could swap in. I think it works in the same way. 3.84 something or other. 20 megahertz, 15. These are so close. 15, it's 1 megahertz off. Come on. ATS 100 BS. I guess that's 100 megahertz or something. It's kind of criminal that I don't have 16 megahertz crystals. What are these all the same? Don't have neighbors drinking beer, you have spare crystals. Wait, 3.68. Oh yeah, that's okay, so that's all these. And then the ones that have specific value, I don't know why I have so many of these. Yeah, it got super quiet upstairs, so they probably took all the dogs out for walkies. Or the people left, I don't know. I think these were from a SparkFun bin. ATST00BSM. I'm going to look up this part number and see what they are. ATS100 BSM. Oops. Well, I found it on DigiKey. 10 megahertz. Plus minus 30 ppm. 18 PF, 60 ohms. 10 megahertz. Come on, man. It's so close. It's so close. Why couldn't it be correct? These are definitely 15. I don't think I can use 15. Like, okay, so if I were programming the microcontroller, if I had software, I could potentially get away with one of these other crystals, right? I could change the frequency calculations in the microcontroller. It's very annoying to do, but I could do it. I could potentially make it work off of a 15 megahertz or an 8 or 20, but I don't have access to the programming, so I can't change that value. Use built-in until that. I can't. I don't have access to it. This is a pre-programmed Atmega 328. So you can use a 16 megahertz oscillator. You just have to bring power and ground to it. I can use this one though. And I don't think I have to bring power and ground to this one. This one has the 4 leads, so we'll just look it up and see what it does. We'll just have to make sure that we can actually use it properly. So I think this is just a different package for the same thing. Could be wrong. But that's what looking it up tells us. Let me put this away because it's a giant balancing act and kind of a dropping hazard. 4 leads generally means an oscillator as opposed to just a 2-pin resonator. I mean, if I really want to, I could put resonators in here. I've got 16 megahertz resonator. It is a very small part, but I could still do it. I'll keep that on top. Actually, I'm gonna put the LED bin in here. This actually needs to be worked. Yeah. Go. These are red LEDs, but in a different bin because the other bin broke. These aren't the most robust little guys. Works if you have a lot of stuff to store, though. Okay. So let's look up the part number for this thing. $16.0 AMM2 13C. That's going to be more descriptive, but 16.0 space AMM2 space 13C. Hey Copper, what's up? Vengeance LPX 32 gigabytes. Crystal. 16 megahertz SMD crystals. That's not really going to help me, Mauser. Mauser, please. AMM2 is not going to be one of the factors here. I don't know where Mauser's drawing from. I mean, they've got the right idea, but MSP 430, 32 kilohertz crystal oscillators, Rev D. Well, they got the wrong frequency. This is just going to be every 16 megahertz crystal. And depending on the company. So do we have a logo on there? Now I find out it's kilohertz. This is supposed to be 16 kilohertz. Lazy Tuesday. I don't know if it's raining or not here. I think it might have been. This is the only information we get. We don't get like a company logo or anything. This is what I'm talking about with crystals being cursed. It's like the only information we got. 16 semicolon 0. It's probably a dot, but there's a markup there. And then we only get like the ratings. So AMM2 and 13C, it's probably like this certain ppm range, and then this is like the temperature rating. We don't get all the information that we probably should with something like this, especially when you've got a metal can on the top and you can just laser a marking on it. It does look kind of like the Vishay though. But this is a package type. It's not a certain manufacturer's specific design. This is less than informative if I look at this data sheet. If they have AMM2, code 1x2, A here. Yeah, I don't think it's the same. I'm just looking to see. See, they're just the crystal in between two of the pins. They don't have power in it or anything like that. This one does a frequency code, but that's not what we're looking at. CTS date code, but still we're just looking at the pinout. So what I can do is I can just glue this to the board and then just run a wire to the cross pins, or if we're lucky, I could stretch this between the two pins and have it kind of at a jaunty little angle, and it might be able to make contact. Nope. It's too big. Actually, if I solder it from the other side, I might be able to get this to sit right there. Because, yeah, these are like... Yeah, that's just going to reach like that. Oh, that's neat. Okay, so we can tape it from one side and solder it from the other. Now, which pins is it? Let's look up a different one and just see if it's the same pinout. So we go to let's go up to the Vishay one and take a look at this. So that one, and then we got this one. Seam sealing. Oh my God. So 1 and 3 is the crystal. 1 and 3 is the crystal. Okay, so it's a standard. I mean, I look at 2 and I decide that it's a standard. That there's some interpretation to have there, but between pin 1 and 3, I believe, is where the crystal will be. From what view? From above or below? Where is pin 1? Pin number 2 and 4 connected through the cover in the case of connected ground. Frequency might be drifted. Huh. Whoops. Okay. Well, we're just gonna go to the 2 different pins, and that'll be it. Figuring out which one is pin 1. This is a different package type. This one is probably also a different package type, but it has a cutout. No, it doesn't. It has a slashed for pin 1. Slashed pad. So it's like this. It's the way that I had it. So that the slashed pad is the one that connects to this pin. So if we can tape it down like this, I could potentially get solder to the pin, or actually I could... Which one's pin 1? One's pin 1. The one at the top. So I want that to stick out a little bit on both sides like that, and I can solder it down like that. It might get a little close to our diode over here, but I think it'll be okay. And that's how we roll. Not the cleanest, but it doesn't have to be. Like that. And then we'll bring our little 16 megahertz buddy, who's held down by flux right now. No, that's a little too far on top. I don't know if I'm going to be able to heat it up again. Watch me ruin the pad. Uh-oh. Very close to ruining the pad. I only just started this. Okay, there's still solder on it. That looked a little dodgy. This is the kind of weird stuff that I get up to in here. Could have a much more popular show if I was a bit more relatable. So I want this one, and it's up opposite. So we want to come in from here, right? Yeah. Because the one with the slash in it is pin 1, and we want that to connect. So this at a jaunty angle, like this. Bring that up till I see the whites in their eyes. Hello? Please push down. All right, so now there's barely any of that pad, but I can see it a little. I need to add a lot of solder, and I don't want to solder to the case. Yeah, see there, it jumped over to the case. Be careful because these are very easy to solder metal that they make the case out of. What up, Disco Sun? Yeah, we're putting a surface mount crystal on a through-hole part. It's cursed. What's not soldering here? Something's not soldering here. The only way to remove this, if I have both of the pads soldered, is hot air. Please do something. Whoa, don't do that. Just a little bit so that I have access to the pin below. Ugh, that's also not good. I can't get under this. So I have to have one of the holes sticking up out of each corner because there's a pad on each corner of this thing. So I have to have it just barely peek out. Actually, you know what I can do? I can use hot air. We can just use hot air. Hot air is crazy. But what'll happen is the resonator, the crystal, it's not a resonator, it's a crystal. Crystal will orient itself on top of the two pads because the solder, the surface tension of the solder will orient it in the right way. So what I'll do is place this thing on top of both of the leads, and then it'll scooch itself into fitting. Let me just get rid of some of that excess right there. Oh yes, I am fully confident in this. Although I could remove just a little bit from each of these. Hold on, let's take just a tiny bit. See, solder's metal, and its surface tension works a little bit differently. It's much stronger in terms of the surface tension. So when you do things like heat up a, oh, soldering iron turned off. Heat up a surface mount part that has surface tension holding each side, it'll center itself on the pins because of the amount of tension that's being expressed. Okay, a little bit more on that one hole. I want it to come right up to the surface. I've got Captain tape on the other side of this, so it's not going to ball up. Okay, that should be good. And so move this into place, making sure that the slashed pin, pin 1, is gone. I heard it land on the floor behind me. Okay, welcome to 52 Pickup, where the 116 megahertz crystal that I've ever had is now gone. I heard tapping on the floor. This thing might be gone forever though, because it sounded like it had legs. It made it a pretty significant distance. Oh boy. My head was in the clouds. I had all kinds of possibilities ahead of me of success and fortune, making this thing work with parts that I only had in my shop instead of going external to find the stuff that I needed. I was going to be popular and healthy and everybody would like me and I'd just be, but then the 16 megahertz crystal popped out of the tweezers and I heard clicking on the floor significantly behind me. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It was the only one I had. It's gone. Oh my God. Rage quit. It's about time to wrap up anyway. I'll figure out what my crystal situation is, but that thing just left the tweezers and it went behind me. And I have no idea how far behind me it went. It's just gone. It's gone. It's gone. We'll never see it again. Here's your end card. I'm going to be back on Thursday. Jeez. Don't know where, don't know when I'm going to get a crystal for this thing. Well, maybe I can just hop on Amazon and the hopefully places still have stock before all the tariff nonsense erupted. It's in the 7th dimension now. Yeah, it's I'm filled with rage. Uh, it happens. Look, it happens. It happens. Get a crystal from a home. Yeah, I'll get one that enhances my energies as well. No, we need a crystal resonator in order for the Atmega 328P to know what timing is, and so it can go through its instructions. So give the pup a scratch. I will. I'm gonna go take her to touch grass, depending on what's been going on in the house, because there was like a lot of commotion earlier. So I don't know what the deal is. She might have seen all her friends and is totally pooped. And if that's the case, maybe we won't touch grass, but we will eventually. I'm gonna see about getting some 16 megahertz crystals. Maybe you could use a resonator in there. I'm not sure. Turn in Thursday when Obother says, so crystals are crunchable. No, on Thursday, we're going to work on burning the subs. We're going to work on that thing in the context of LEDs. I want to get some Raspberry Pi code to do LED stuff. We need to figure out what that takes and kind of get that whole thing under our wrap, because that's one of the main improvements on Burn the Subs, making it a little bit more visual in how it does stuff. Thank you for joining me. I mean, we're building a kit. We're going to come back to this one because I want to have MIDI input from my modular synthesizer. I want this thing to actually work. This is something that I need. We have been doing kind of the scrappy way of putting stuff together, in that I insist on using surface mount parts. It's not totally unheard of. We can make this work the rest of the way. But yeah, let's get there, guys. I swallowed the crystal. It was in my nail, and then I bit my nail, and now it's in my mouth. Yeah, happy searching. This course is precious. No, it's not. No, it's not. Another one would be like 30 cents. I'll source some. We'll get some for the next time we work on this thing. And I want this project to be done. I want to, get it done, but we've been working on it for so long. A lot of the time we've used hunting for parts. I know I have a lot of different parts in the shop, and I know we have 99% of what it's going to take to get this thing to work. The next challenge is to find an optical isolator, an opto isolator that fits the same pinout as the one they use, because we don't need to use the precise one. We can use a similar one and it'll be fine. And I got plenty of opto isolators, so we should be able to find the right stuff. The dog will not eat it, although the dog does poke around in here. I think the crystal made it to the weirder spaces in this shop, so it's somewhere in the cat dimension. But yeah, she doesn't eat inanimate objects as much as you would think she does. Anyway, yeah, end card. You guys saw it. I got that up here. I don't know what else is going on Twitch. Is anything else going on Twitch that I can route you guys over to? The usuals. Rabaz is doing a building game. That's usually when... Oh, no, he's doing Open Sour again. No, Paleontologizing is doing stuff. A bunch of people. Other than that, I just be prolific, have fun, go touch grass. And I'll talk to you guys later. Where's the button?